That's you up and running.
Thank you. Okay, good morning, everyone. Welcome back.
Morning.
This is day 8 of the inquiry into the Section 36 application for the Sanquhar 2 wind farm. So this is the last of 3 days scheduled for inquiry session 2, focused on landscape and visual effects. So tomorrow and Friday we have hearing sessions taking place. So we're currently hearing the evidence of Dumfries and Galloway Council's landscape witness, Mr. Steele. Today, we will also be hearing evidence from the Stop Sanquhar 2 objection group's 5 witnesses, followed by Mr. Mundell. So we've got a lot to get through, but based on the time estimates, I'm confident we're on track. I will need to be mindful as we approach the afternoon that we will be hearing Ms. Mooney's evidence at 2 p.m. Mr. Campbell, is Ms. Mooney free from 2 p.m. onwards, or is there a cut-off time when Ms. Mooney would need to leave us again?
I haven't been told that there's a cut-off time, sir. But
okay,
I'll make inquiries through my back channel and let you know.
Lovely, thank you very much. So I can't see any new names or faces this morning, so I don't think there's a need for further introductions. Can I check you can all hear me okay so far this morning? Yes, great. So in terms of site inspections, thank you all for the responses in regard to those on the 28th of October. So I've heard back from everyone now, which is very helpful, so thank you. Mr. Campbell, if I could ask you in due course, it doesn't need to be now, to confirm where would be an appropriate place to park at each of the properties for those attending, that would be helpful. I'm just conscious the narrow roads and limited options for parking.
You needn't worry about it at all. There's no limited option. There are no limited options for parking. You can park anywhere you like visiting any of the properties. In the Afton Glen, there's space around the house. In the Shingle Valley, there's space around the house and the outbuildings. And at Miss Coulthard's house at Paulskirch, you're at the back and beyond, and there's no traffic, so you can park anywhere you like.
Yeah, I wasn't too worried about that particular property. I just wanted to make sure, though, rather than enter private property without having...
you can regard yourself as having carte blanche to park wherever you like.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Campbell. Mr. Hardy, please.
Yes, as I understand it, the council, I think, is suggesting that it's both an officer and then Mr. Steele to accompany you on the site visit. And I'm just wondering whether or not Mr. Steele is necessary, whether it's actually necessary to have experts with you. From our perspective, we don't think it is. There's a lot of expense, obviously, if you do. So I just wanted to canvass that.
Yeah, well, I mean, in terms of that decision, that's for the council to decide. I'm quite relaxed. I don't feel like I need expert landscape witness in attendance, because there won't be an opportunity to give evidence during the site inspections. It'll be simply to point out physical aspects of the site and surroundings. So that's for the council, and likewise, if you wished to have a landscape witness in attendance, I would be happy with that, but I don't think it's necessary.
I think that's absolutely. There's no evidence. The difficulty is optics and equality of representation and all of that. I think if he starts to scale up, that we'd end up having to have a landscape consultant there probably as well, which we don't think is necessary. So I raise it. Obviously, it is a matter of the council. Our view is that you don't need the experts there, and it needs to just be a representative, but I can't take it any further than that.
Mr. Armstrong, do you have any comments on that?
No, other than that, there will be the 2 representatives from the council that are set out at the site visit. I do have one comment in relation to the site visit. I did mention at the start that there might be the possibility of having a look at one additional matter. And as we're going to be driving past, or the people on the site visit will be driving along the road to Paulskirch, one of the issues is obviously the access road that was discussed with Mr. Denny on 2 days ago, and the access road in particular up to Turbine 25. one can see where that access road would go as you drive up to Polskirch, and we wondered if we could have a sort of additional stop on that. Just there's obviously no photographs or photomontages dealing with that access road. It's an issue that's always been raised by the council, and I just thought it might be helpful for everyone if we do, as they're driving past it, that we could have an additional sort of stop there just to look at that, where that access road would be.
I don't have any objection to doing that on the return from the first property. I would point out I've actually looked at that already myself, but if there's any concern that I may not have interpreted it correctly, or it's just worth pointing out aspects to me in person, then I've got no objection to doing that.
I'm obliged, sir. Thank you.
Okay, are there any other Mr. Mundell, please?
Yeah, I wasn't going to suggest it in relation to the site visits, but I just wanted to seek your reassurance because you said you were going to do further unaccompanied visits. And it was just after yesterday's discussions, I felt, you know, and it's obviously a matter for you, but I felt it might be helpful for you to rewalk the boundary between the RSA, you know, the sort of the RSA boundary, you know, just to get a better understanding of how those, or make it sure that it's clear in your mind how those turbines sit, given the discussions. And I just felt it's important, you know, that had become an important, you know, point of difference between the parties.
Thank you, Mr. Mundell. And if there are any other specific locations which others feel I should be going to myself, that would be helpful to know as well. Again, it doesn't need to necessarily be now, but if you can let either me know before the end of the inquiry, or you can email case officer, that would be helpful. Mr. Campbell, did I see your hand?
You did, sir. Yes, two things. I've had a map prepared, sir, which superimposes the boundary, the red line area for the white, for the 20 Shilling Hill wind farm over the boundary of the RSA. And that map I've shown to my learned friends, and they've been very kind in agreeing that we can lodge that. So just to let you know, that's coming.
Okay, thank you.
And the other question is the UK net zero strategy. Those instructing my learned friend, Mr. Hardy, said they would lodge the document yesterday. I haven't seen it yet, so I wonder if I could ask Mr. Hardy through you if that is in hand and that the document will be available.
Yes, Mr. Hardy?
Yes. So what I'm told is that it's been added to the extranet site. So my instructing solicitors have done that, and apparently there will also be a separate file transfer taking place. So yes, it's been done. It's a weighty document, and there are no doubt representations to make on it.
I'm very much obliged. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Armstrong.
As Mr. Campbell pointed out, we have no objection to the additional document, although it is the council's case, obviously, that there was only one turbine which was actually within the RSA. Again, I'm not sure if this map totally shows that without doubt. When one looks at it, it's not entirely clear from the map. But certainly the report to committee in relation to that application points out that there's only one turbine within the RSA. I don't think this is a matter that there's any dispute between the parties on now, but it's just to clarify that point. And so if you wanted, the report to committee could also be produced. But as I say, I don't think there is an issue between the parties now in relation to this matter. It was obviously a matter that was raised in a discussion with Mr. Denny on Tuesday, but I'm happy to leave it at that.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Hardy.
Well, yes, I hope this is helpful, but we have confirmed that we agree there is one turbine in the RSA. So I think we can leave it there, and I'm not going to cross-examine any further. I don't think I need to.
That's helpful, Mr. Hardy. Thank you. I'm happy to receive them.
I do agree with that. And,
sorry, Mr. Campbell.
that in fact is what the map shows. However, I'll lodge it.
That's helpful.
Yeah, I'll lodge it, and you can make what you can of it. If it's not helpful to you, I'm sure you'll say so.
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you. Okay, are there any other matters arising or any questions before we begin? No? Okay, well, good morning, Mr. Steele. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Lovely. Okay, thank you, Mr. Hardy. When you're ready, thank you.
Well, actually, the RSA was one of the matters I could have cross-examined on, but now that's off the list. So having looked at notes overnight, I'm not going to cross-examine any further, thank you. So I've covered the points I need to do.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hardy. That was much swifter than I was expecting. I'll have to dig out my own questions more quickly. Okay. So, Mr. Steele, I do have a small number of questions for you. So, Mr. Hardy asked you about the appropriateness of the council's landscape architect's finding that Sanquhar 2 would be unacceptable. And you said that your understanding was that this was in essentially couched in landscape or landscape and visual terms. If it's used in that way, whether that's seen as right or wrong, what does unacceptable mean in that sense? Because I'm not sure I'm clear on that point.
In terms of the significance of the impacts upon the landscape or visual effects.
So is it essentially a measure of the level of the impact?
Yes, I think that's my understanding of it, yes.
We've obviously also had a fairly lengthy questioning about capacity, and you've been asked about the appropriateness of assessing the capacity of a landscape and the use of the term relative to that of landscape sensitivity. And I want to be sure that I have an accurate understanding of how you apply the term capacity in your evidence. So could you explain that for me briefly, please?
Yes, I'll term it the capacity study for ease of reference, but capacity study, as you can see, is based upon an assessment of the sensitivity of the landscape. So the statements about capacity within that document relate directly to sensitivity and are drawn from that. So I think there's a very direct correlation, therefore, between statements made about capacity and the assessments made about sensitivity, because one is based upon the other.
Does it translate to so that high sensitivity landscapes equals no capacity?
Well, it's a sliding scale, so the higher the level of sensitivity, the less the capacity is likely to be.
So on that point, in terms of what the landscape capacity study tells us, and in terms of how you apply the meaning of capacity, are there landscapes within Dumfries and Galloway where there is no capacity for wind turbines?
Well, I think the point is that the site itself is described as reaching capacity, and that is borne out by, largely dictated by the effect of cumulative effects, and it's reaching its cumulative capacity effectively.
I asked Mr. Denny for his view on how perceptible the size difference between, say, a 150-metre turbine, for example, and a 200-metre turbine is in the landscape. What's your view on that? What factors dictate how the size or scale of turbines are perceived?
Well, there's two things here. If they're seen in isolation, then it depends what scale indicators you have. In this instance, and certainly when you go to see the residential properties, you can see the relative scale of the hill from the base of the valley to the skyline and the relative height of the turbine, so that you get a very clear indication of the scale of the turbines that's proposed. When you see turbines of different sizes juxtaposed with each other, as you do in many viewpoints, perspective comes into play. And you discussed about whether they're seen to the front of or to the rear of, and that can disrupt your perceptions. But what really triggers the difference is the difference in rotational speed. The larger the turbine, the slower it is. The smaller the turbine, the faster it rotates. And that gives you a very clear indication.
And so following on from that, could it ever be beneficial for adjacent wind farms to be comprised of perceptibly different height turbines?
One would have to assess that on merits, because when you say different size, I think we're talking about rotor diameter here rather than height, because you can have
potentially both.
Yeah, you can have okay, well, but you could have the situation where you have the same rotor diameter at a higher hub height, but the higher hub height turbine was set at a lower elevation. So to all intents and purposes, it appeared to be a similar configuration. Where you get problems is, in my view, it's more to do with the difference in rotor diameter for the reasons I've just described, because it's not just the size of the turbine or the tip height, it's the rotational speed as well that distinguishes between the different turbines.
In the sense that obviously there's a concern raised that the Sanquhar wind farm would fill the gap between clusters of wind farms that are already present or consented. Can the sort of different size or scale of turbine being proposed help to emphasise the gaps, or the fact that there are different groupings of wind farms at all? Is that something that you've experienced in other landscapes or in this landscape?
No, I don't think it would work in this particular instance, because the proposed turbines are juxtaposed with different sized turbines at different distances. You said infill the gap. I think both Nature Scott and the council have used the word coalesce, where you're effectively coalescing, and it's at the moment the difference in scale of turbines is less apparent because there's separation between the wind farms, as is apparent when, say, you're at viewpoint 7, for instance. You can see clear separation, and it's harder to identify those differences in scale. But when you'll have an infill of those gaps between the wind farms, you will have a direct juxtaposition and therefore a direct comparison between scales.
Thank you. I might be straying into policy territory, so please tell me if I am, and I can leave it until tomorrow.
Okay. You can try.
Mr. Denny, yeah, I will. Mr. Denny has argued that the integrity of the Thornhill Uplands RSA would not be affected by the development. I'd like your view on whether you consider that to be the correct test or consideration for the RSA.
I don't believe so. I think when you're saying in his terms, he's talking about the integrity of the RSA as a whole, and he uses the term as a whole. I think that's inappropriate. It would take a very large development to affect the entirety of an RSA and its total integrity. But what we're doing here is assessing the special qualities of the RSA within the area that is affected. So we need to determine what area of the RSA is affected rather than its total area.
My understanding is that from what Mr. Denny said, and having looked at Scottish planning policy, that integrity test relates to national designations principally. It doesn't relate to regional designations. But my question, if it frames that test for national designations, is that potentially a higher test or a higher policy bar than may otherwise apply to the RSA?
Well, we are straying to policy now, but my intuition would suggest that would be the case. Yes.
So that's kind of forewarning for everyone that tomorrow I would like to discuss that some further. So if people want to give thought to that, that would be helpful.
Mm-hmm.
And finally, so in terms of the three properties in the Scar Valley which the applicant has acquired or has control over, have you considered the effects on those properties at all?
No, I have not. No, because they didn't form part of the objection.
Okay, I don't need to ask you anything further on that then. Okay, thank you, Mr. Steele. I don't have any further questions for you. Mr. Armstrong, have you got any re-examination?
Yes, just on 3 points. Mr. Steele, you recollect it. Sorry, there's a bit of an echo. I'm not sure.
Yeah, it wasn't. It's not perfectly clear. It didn't sound too bad at my end, but it might be the same issue that you had yesterday with different speakers and microphones and things.
I think it's.
I've turned mine off, which is my fault. I'll turn my mic off when I'm not talking.
That should do it. But you're muted now, Mr. Armstrong.
Obliged. I'll start again. I've just got 3 points to come back and have a brief discussion on. Mr. Steele, you'll recollect yesterday at the start of Mr. Hardy's discussion with you, he took you to the Dumfries and Galloway Landscape Charter Assessment 1998 CD 1211, and I don't think we need to go to that again, but in the course of the discussion it was suggested that in some ways, because of the date of that document and what had changed and indeed what guidance had come forward, that he was concerned about the reliance that the D&G study placed on that. Perhaps, if just to clarify that point, could you have before you the supplementary guidance for the Dumfries and Galloway Local Development Plan 2? It's, I think, CD 902. Just tell us when you've got that. You've got that, good. And if you turn to page 4 of that, yeah, and I think we can see paragraph 1.4 there tells us a little bit about the history and what's happened since 1998. Is that correct? It explains that the development of the DGWLC included a review of the Dumfries and Galloway Landscape Assessment, SNH 1998, in association with SNH, and then it goes on to explain what happened and changed. So there has been a consideration of all these matters for the most recent version of the DGWLCS. Is that correct? Yeah, and that may explain also, I suppose, why SNH placed so much reliance and quoted so often from it in their consultation response, because they've obviously been helping out in bringing that document forward. Thank you.
Mr. Steele, I think you're muted whilst you're answering. I did hear the first answer, I didn't hear that answer.
Right. We've been having a very good discussion here that nobody else is hearing. Sorry, perhaps if we just go over that again. I think you said...
Just a moment, Mr. Armstrong. Sorry to interrupt you. Mr. Hardy.
It's an obvious point, sir. I hesitate to interrupt, but again, leading. In terms of a series of propositions, and then is that correct? And the last point was, and that may be why SNH made certain comments. I mean, that isn't proper re-examination with respect. So I just ask for a little bit of caution.
Well, so I'm
just trying to take this as quickly as possible.
Well, that's fine, but don't give the witness the answer.
I'm happy to. I don't think I was. I'm happy to go over to Mr. Steele on this. What does 1.4 then set out? Does does that tie in with what you said yesterday?
You're muted again, Mr. Steele.
It just happens to be on the same. I'll just to make this easier, I'll just move this document over. There we go.
That's paragraph 1.4.
Yeah. Okay, 1.4. Right. If we have that up, we can see that it says this resulted in a small number of alterations, including changes to some landscape character boundaries, reclarification of landscape character types, and identification of new character types. These changes are for the purposes of assessing the wind energy developments only and do not apply to other forms of development or change. So therefore, the capacity study undertook a necessary update in order to bring the original landscape character assessment up to date for the purposes of its preparation.
Good, thanks. The second point was in relation to Mr. Hardy's discussion with you about the regard that the applicant had to the DGW LCS in relation to site selection, and I think Mr. Hardy indicated that the applicant's documents were, I think he used the word, laced with references to the DGW LCS. And he referred you to three documents, although in the end actually only took you to two of them, I think. And the first one was CD 102. And could we go to that, the design statement? And I think Mr. Hardy referred you to paragraphs, in particular 5.1 onwards and 5.3, and indeed all of that chapter 5, which is dealing with design principles. Can I just be clear? Is that chapter dealing with site selection?
I'm just opening the file. Sorry, I've got it now. Sorry, what?
Sorry, it's chapter 5 and the design principles starting at 5.1 and then I think Mr. Hardy took you to 5.5 as well. And I just want to be clear, is that chapter dealing with site selection, or is it dealing with just the design principles? Yeah, thank you.
Sorry, I was on mute then. I was dealing with design principles, so everyone followed me.
Thank you. And then if we go to the second document that Mr. Hardy took you to, which is the planning statement, which is CD 1005. And we can see at the start of that, and I think Mr. Hardy again took you to it, that page, it's section 8 deals with site selection and evolution on page 12. We just go to that.
I have it.
Good. And we can see if we look at that Mr. Hardy took you to paragraphs 8.1 and I think 8.2. But I suppose we can see that 8.3 refers back, does it, to or mentions the section 3 of the environmental statement, does it not?
It does indeed.
And I think you were present when we had a discussion with Mr. Denny in relation to chapter 3 of that. Is that correct?
Indeed.
Yes. And you wouldn't add anything more. Would you add anything more to what Mr. Denny said in relation to chapter 3?
No.
Thank you. And then the final point is, I think we're echoing again. The final point is just to pick up an issue raised by Mr. Hardy and followed up today by the reporter in relation to the language used by the council landscape architect. And if we can go to document CD505. And I think, as we discussed earlier, this is a big document and it has various sections in it, there is the report to committee, which I think we can see if we go to it, that is prepared by the planning officer who's going to be giving evidence on Thursday. Is that correct? You can see that at the start.
That's correct, yes.
Yes, Andrew Robinson. And he was the author of the report, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you were taken to paragraphs 440 and I think 496 and other paragraphs. Sorry, we're echoing again. You're taken to paragraphs 440 and 496, and then I think Mr. Hardy sort of indicated that there was, to a degree, language that shouldn't be used, or he suggested that there's language that perhaps shouldn't be used by a landscape architect. But are these paragraphs part of the report? And are they in fact drafted by Mr. Robertson?
Indeed, they are part of the report.
So when Mr. Hardy suggested that they were, sorry, we're on, if you could mute again. So when Mr. Hardy suggested that that they were in actual fact the comments from the landscape architect, is that factually incorrect?
It would appear so, yes.
Thank you. And finally, on this point, if we turn to what the landscape architect did say, which starts at page electronic page 80 onwards, that's in the last section with the numbered pages 1 to 53. And I think this was a matter that we did discuss with Mr. Denny, but if you turn to page 39, which is on electronic page 118,
so that paragraph's 5.13 onwards. 5.1.3.
Yes, yeah. And it's 5.1.5, which does that put Dr. Swale's comments, and well, does it set out how she defines unacceptable and acceptable and appropriate, and why she's doing it in paragraph 5.1.5?
Indeed, it does, yes.
Thank you very much. No further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Armstrong. Thank you, Mr. Steele. Okay, well, that concludes the council's evidence on landscape and visual matters. So next we'll be hearing Stop Sanquhar 2's witnesses. Mr. Campbell, would you prefer to have 5 minutes before commencing to get anything in order? Are there any documents that you would like us to refer to, or shall we move straight into your first witness? You're muted, Mr. Campbell.
Could I just have a few moments to make sure that everybody's ready? But you already have my running order, and there are no documents. Yes. There are no documents you'll need to pick up on. So
okay. So the running order's unchanged, Mr. Campbell.
Yes, sir. Unless we get to the end of these witnesses before 2 o'clock, and I have yet to check with Miss Mooney whether she's available before that time. But perhaps I can do that during the coffee break if there is one.
Yes, no problem. And yes, there will be one.
Thank you.
Lovely. Okay, thank you.
Could we have 5 minutes just now?
Yes, no problem. So if we can be 10:10, please, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll just make sure everybody's back with us, Mr. Campbell, before I hand over to you. Mr. Liggett, are you able to turn your video on, or have you just got audio?
Okay, you see me?
Not yet. Oh, there we go. Yes. Hello there. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody.
Good, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell.
Working well. Sir, if I may, thank you. Introduce the first witness for Stop Sanquhar 2 to the inquiry. He is Mr. Hugh Liggett. Mr. Liggett, good morning. If you have your recognition in front of you, could you just read until I stop you, please?
Just 1 minute, there's something come up on my screen here. Network connection is poor. No.
Sir, Mr. Liggett reports some difficulty with connection this morning.
Okay, on.
He seems to be having trouble. He perhaps could begin with your video on, Mr. Liggett, but if it becomes difficult, perhaps you could switch the video off and just use the audio.
Yes, I was going to say that. So, yeah, so the video uses quite a bit of extra bandwidth. So if you if we can't hear you properly, please do feel free to turn your video off at that point.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you. Okay, I'm Hugh Liggett. I live between my homes in East Ayrshire and at Craig Cottage in the Afton Glen. My wife and I intend to retire to the Afton Glen. I object to this proposal because of a series of significant adverse impacts upon the landscape, visual impacts and impacts on residential amenity, including potential noise disturbance and risk to private water supply, and to the predictable adverse cumulative impacts on the wider area around New Cumnock, the Afton Glen area, and in particular, several residential properties at the head of the Afton Glen. I have written in detail in section of the Sanquhar 2 inquiry statement about the adverse WF environmental impacts on the Afton Glen. In particular, I object to the overwhelming, detrimental and unacceptable landscape and visual impacts. It is not clear what the consented heights of the turbines will be. The application is for 42 turbines up to 200 metres to tip and 2 turbines to 149 metres to tip. This has been clarified by Mr. Denny earlier on, so I do know that all the turbines within Afton Glen will be 200 metres high. So that one's okay, it's been clarified. There's currently a 100-metre micrositing allowance for infrastructure. If utilised, this could make significant difference to the applicant's landscape and visual assessment and noise assessments. It's difficult to understand how any sensible assessment of the wind farm's environmental footprint is possible when the position of turbines is a movable feast. It's also difficult to understand why East Ayrshire Council failed to maintain its 2019 LVIA objection when 3 200-metre turbines 8, 9 and 10, remain within East Ayrshire, overlooking Afton Glen. The East Ayrshire landscape wind capacity guidance of the local development plan specifically concludes that there is no further capacity for turbines of this size in this location. Nature Scotland also considered even the removal of 6 turbines from the original plan, that there will be significant adverse landscape and visual effects. On the basis that I am advised that this development is contrary to the EAC local development plan, as well as Dumfries and Galloway LDP, it would have been expected that the EAC objection would have been maintained, especially due to the saturation of wind farm development around New Cumnock in East Ayrshire. New Cumnock to the north is completely surrounded and overwhelmed by wind farm developments, leading to a complete ring of steel around this small town. A cacophony of turbines of various sizes and shapes, turbine noise from any one direction, and blinking red lights in the night sky now torment local residents. Sanquhar 2 will dominate the southern skyline both day and night. Consent for this wind farm will add to this overwhelming saturation of wind farms. The landscape. The Afton Glen is a scenic, narrow, U-shaped valley Its walls host the 700-metre Black Craig Peak, the highest in East Ayrshire. This is one of 6 Donalds around the Afton Glen. These Donalds are a well-known walk in East Ayrshire, made possible by the Right to Roam legislation. The walk highlights the unspoilt views to the southern uplands and to the villages and landscapes of the Ayrshire coastal plains. Whilst Afton and Penclose wind farms will destroy the views to the coast, Sanquhar 2 will totally dominate any southerly views and tower almost 150 metres above this highest point. Together with the existing wind farms of Afton, Hare Hill, and the consented but not yet built Penclow wind farm, Sanquhar 2's turbines will industrialise the landscape, permanently altering its character. As predicted in the LVIA from the Afton Glen East Ridge, there will only be a small visual quadrant to the northwest that will be free of industrial scale turbines in the foreground. After passing Hare Hill turbines on the lower northeast ridge of Afton Glen, nearer New Cumnock, the approach to the cluster of residential properties at the head of Afton Glen is already dominated by the Afton turbines to the west. Penclose 125-metre turbines will soon dominate the northwest ridge of the Glen, but on the upper southeast ridge, Sanquhar 2's 200-metre turbines would dominate the tower above all others. I would just like to change that, what I've written there, because the Scottish ministers have now increased that to allowed that to be increased to 149.9 metres, 7 of them which will be visible from my residence.
Is that a reference to Penclow, Mr. Liggett?
Yes, that's Penclow. So those will be 7 that will be visible.
All right, thank you.
From premises. Where was I there? Complete encirclement of these properties by industrial turbines within 2 to 3 kilometres. The cumulative zone of theoretical influence map produced by the applicant does not even include the Penclow wind farm turbines, and the only photomontage of the Afton Glen is of partially obscured views of the head of the Glen. It even excludes the existing Afton wind turbines. This was taken 1 mile further north from my cottage.
Since you raised that there, can I ask you to stop for a second?
Yes.
Without getting it out, are you familiar with viewpoint 14?
Yes.
And where was that taken in relation to your house?
It was taken 1 mile to the north on the road, heading towards New Cumnock, which is about 1.6 kilometres.
Thank you.
To the south of my cottage, which is 1.8 kilometres to the closest one.
Right. Are there any visual assessments in the form of photomontages or wireframes taken from your cottage looking south towards the wind farm?
None whatsoever. We did ask Mr. Williams.
Thank you. You've answered my question. It's all right. Never mind, Mr. Williams. Let's go on. Let's go on to paragraph 10, please.
Craig Cottage and its neighbouring Craig Steading will therefore be dominated by turbines towering over our houses on the southeast of the ridges of Afton Glen. The developer has twice tried to buy my silence in opposition to this wind farm. They made an offer verbally of £2,000 in favour of assuming rights over who stayed in my house, help for the developer and a non-disclosure agreement, and then with a £3,000 annual offer, an NDA, and still retaining succession rights over my property. This is similar tactics to used in buying out properties and the inducements of other householders in the Scor Glen. Community Wind Power have also threatened me and attempted to silence me after I submitted our concerns to the Niss District Fisheries Board. In offering such inducements to local residents, misentitled financial involvement in agreement, CWP obscured the fact that in accepting this, our residential amenity would be compromised. Properties would be excluded from a visual impact survey and would be subject to greater noise limits from this wind farm. Visual amenity and residential amenity. The residential amenity has been defined as the benefit enjoyed from physical external space, which is part of the private home. The benefit enjoyed depends on the quality of space. The level of enjoyment is also dependent on a number of factors, including location, size, orientation, sounds, noise, accessibility, and enclosure. In Scotland, amenity has been defined in the context of planning legislation as pleasant circumstances or features. This broad generalisation allows consideration of many types of impact which could reduce the pleasant circumstances of a home. Meanwhile, overwhelming visual and other impacts, both day and night, on Craigsteading, the nearest residential property, has only been considered as an afterthought by CWP in August 2021, out with consideration by EAC. Assessments for other residential properties within 2 to 3 kilometres does not consider the massive height and superimposition of the turbines and their aviation lights, afforded by the positioning of turbines hundreds of metres above properties, which means that intervening buildings, trees and hills are unlikely to provide any effective screening. 3 turbines with radiation aviation lights and nacelles turbines 8, 10 and 15 appearing to flash when the blades pass in front of the nacelle will be very intrusive for the 3 residential properties in the dark skies area. Residential amenity means being able to enjoy a property's environs, not just within the home, but within the curtilage. Multiple superimposed 200-metre high turbines towering more than 500 metres above homes will result in these properties being permanently unattractive from inside or out. Overwhelming major visual intrusions on the approach to these properties is acknowledged, although bizarrely, the effects are not considered significant. This smacks of obvious self-interest. This not significant impact designation is an extraordinary recurring theme for almost every acknowledged adverse impact throughout the environmental statement. Sanquhar 2 will have a significant, dominating and unacceptable visual impact on residential amenity for properties at the head of the Afton Glen.
Pausing there, Mr. Liggett, if you wouldn't mind.
Yes.
The section which follows deals with questions of noise and private water supplies. The report has made a ruling on these matters, so I don't want to take up the inquiry's time. The written statement is there. I wonder if you would move to paragraph 32, please.
Okay. 32, which is my conclusion.
Yeah, if you just read it, if you wouldn't mind.
Okay. The easily predictable and overwhelming landscape, visual and residential amenity adverse impacts on our homes, which this is a project too far. We were here first. The various kinds of impact will make our home potentially uninhabitable. The revised ES is flawed and incomplete, and in places materially inaccurate, and it should not underpin sound decision making. This appeal should therefore be refused.
Thank you. Now, I wonder if I could clarify one further matter with you. You've made a reference in this statement to your own house, which is Craig Cottage. Is that right? You've also made a reference to Craigsteading, which is your immediate neighbour. Is that correct?
Yes.
Are there other houses in the Afton Glen further south than your house and the house belonging to Mr. and Mrs. Many?
No.
Are there some former waterboard houses further up the glen?
The waterboard houses are to the west, southwest of my cottage, but are from those houses, Blacklorg and Craiglorg are visible.
Right. How many of those houses are there?
There are 4 on that road, 2 of them in full.
Just the question was how many, Mr. Liggett? How many of those houses are there?
4.
4. So we have 4 former waterboard houses, and we have 2 houses, Craig Cottage and Craigsteading. That's a total of 6. Is there also a farm called Craig Darragh?
Craig Darragh Farm is slightly, it's to the north of Craig Cottage.
Slightly to the north of Craig Cottage. And does that farm have a farmhouse?
Yes.
And is it in the Afton Glen?
Yes.
Right. Thank you very much. I have no more questions for the moment. Mr. Hardy may have some questions. Can you keep your microphone switched on, please?
Thank you, Mr. Campbell. Just before I hand over to Mr. Hardy, Mr. Liggett, can I just double check? So I've seen what I believe your property to be referred to as Craig Cottage and Craig Farm Cottage. Are we talking about the same place?
It's the same place that has many names. Some people call it the Craig, some people call it Craig Cottage, some people call it Craig Farm Cottage. It's all the same place.
Okay, I thought it'd be worth just double checking that. Thank you. Mr. Hardy, do you have questions for Mr. Liggett?
Thank you very much, sir. Yes, just a few. Clearly, Mr. Liggett, I'm not going to ask you technical questions. That would be inappropriate. So factual things really only. The first of those is, have you seen the residential visual assessment, the RVAS, which is at Appendix 6.6 of the additional information?
I don't have that with me. I have been through it all. What exactly is on that?
Well, I just want to ask it, even if you don't have it with you, the residential assessment was a particular part of the additional information which assessed potential impacts on the residential element of amenity at your property. Have you seen that in the past, even if you don't have it now?
Yes.
Good. All right. Just for the reporter's benefit, property 16 is the Craig's Farm Cottage, and that's your property, isn't it? You've just mentioned there are a couple of names, but that is your house.
Yes.
And when you read that document, I'm not going to ask you unfair questions if you haven't got it in front of you this morning, but when you read that document, do you recall seeing a description of the property, how the property is laid out and where the turbines would be in relation to principal rooms and so on?
No.
You don't recall seeing that?
I've read documents over the past 2 or 3 years. Don't remember that.
Right. So you presumably don't have the documents in front of you. Certainly paper copy, hard copy documents. I don't know whether I want to be absolutely fair to you, Mr. Liggett. It's quite complicated with these virtual inquiries to navigate electronic documents. Are you familiar with what's been termed the extranet, the CMS produced extranet, where you can see documents? If it's too much, don't just say so.
No.
Right. Then I'll put it this way, Mr. Liggett. There is a dedicated assessment of residential impacts at your property. Your property is number 16 on that schedule, and it's in Appendix 6.6 of the AI. And what that did was look at in detail your property, how it's oriented, and so on. And from your answer, I can take it that you are not aware of that assessment.
I have read that assessment.
Right.
I do not have the document in front of me, so I can't comment on that just now.
Okay. I was asking, I mean, the initial point was whether you'd seen it at all. I thought in your first answer was that you weren't aware of that assessment. What I think you're now saying is that you are aware of that assessment, but you don't have it in front of you.
No, that's correct.
Right. It gets slightly difficult, doesn't it? Are you able to recall anything about that assessment, what it looked at?
No.
In which case, I can't take that further. It's an obvious difficulty, sir. In a physical inquiry, no doubt a copy of that could be it could be passed to Mr. Liggett, but it's understandable that Mr. Liggett isn't able to access the extranet and so on.
Yeah, it is complex to access some of these documents. We struggle ourselves sometimes, don't we? Mr. Campbell.
Well, there is a screen sharing facility on WebEx. If my learned friend wants to make use of it, I'm sure the inquiry would give him time to do that.
I am content. I guess, depending on how you got Mr. Mundell with his hand up, it's turning into a.
No, go on, Mr. Hardy. Please finish then.
I was just about to say, for my purposes, all I want to establish is that there is a residential visual assessment that has been undertaken, and it comprised all the things, the factors that were agreed to be appropriate in the cross-examination of Mr. Steele. So I was just trying to establish whether Mr. Liggett had seen that. Beyond that, I'm happy to leave it there, but obviously, if documents were available, it would be easier for him to see it, but I'm not proposing to ask him any further, any more detailed questions on it.
Okay, Mr. Hardy. Mr. Mundell, did you have a question?
Yeah, I just don't see why it wouldn't be fair, given as a member of the public, for the document to now be sent, and to give Mr. Liggett the chance to look at it and to comment on it, further, or continue the questioning, given matters are likely to continue for a while. I don't know why that opportunity wouldn't be afforded to him.
Well, those documents are available, Mr. Mundell. They have been available. It's not, my
point's not directed to you, Mr. Hardy. It's directed to the reporter, because as someone who's not a professional, but who's used to dealing with a large volume of documents, I find it very hard to follow all the different appendices, all the different bits of reports. I know that for people who are being paid specifically to work on this project, there's a great awareness of these documents. People have a real chance to delve into them. But for other people who've got busy lives and other things going on, and who are not familiar with working in that way, I don't think it'd be unreasonable to give someone to draw their attention to a detailed section of an appendix, and give them the chance to read it and then respond. And that was really what I was asking the reporter, and not yourself.
Then, sir, I'm very happy. I mean, if you want to respond, but I'm very happy for Mr. Liggett to look at the extranet, and he'll find that then at Appendix 6.6 of the additional information, and that is in the documents before the inquiry. If Mr. Liggett wants to take some time to find it, then I'm quite happy.
So, can you?
Sorry to interrupt, Mr. Liggett. Just a moment, Mr. Campbell and Mr. Mundell. So yeah, I appreciate the difficulties of participating, particularly in virtual inquiries, where it would be very easy normally to hand over a paper document and show what we were talking about, and there is a lot to take into account. Mr. Campbell, would you prefer Mr. Liggett to be able to see that document before responding, or are you content with the position that Mr. Hardy ends his questioning at that point?
I don't have a view. Mr. Hardy must conduct his case as he wishes. And if you want to take time for me to find this for Mr. Liggett and screen share it, I'll do that. But it's entirely for Mr. Hardy. I don't have a view.
Mr. Hardy, what would your preference be in terms of your line of questioning there?
It's very difficult, really. I mean, Mr. Liggett, I could put to you some questions based on your recollection, but if you say to me that you'd rather have the document in front of you, then I think there's no option but to stop. Mr. Campbell can screen share it, or indeed, Mr. Liggett, the quickest thing to do would be Mr. Liggett to get onto the. I'm just told that immediate access. We would find a way for Mr. I'm just told by Mr. Campbell it would be on the DPA website, so it is available for Mr. Liggett to find.
I'm not going to do it for you, Mr. Hardy. If you want to show him a document so that he can answer questions, then you have to do it yourself. I'm sorry, this is cross-examination, and I'm not going to help you with it.
Mr. Liggett, it's not, Mr. Campbell, it's not for me to find documents that your witness should have. No. And he deals with this in his precognition. So the way these inquiries work is that there is public accessibility to the document. So I would just invite Mr. Liggett to go onto the DPEA website to find it if he wants.
He doesn't have the bandwidth. If you want him to look at a document and comment on it, then as you would in an in-person inquiry, you have to put it to him. I'm sorry, but I am not going to help you with that.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen.
Mr. Liggett doesn't have, sorry to interrupt, but Mr. Liggett doesn't have bandwidth or the skills, I think. Forgive me, Mr. Liggett, but I don't think he has the skills either to go onto the intranet. So the onus rests with Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Liggett, sorry, I haven't asked you myself. Is it practical or not to ask you to look at that document if we direct you to it, or is that going to be problematic? If it is, that's not. It's no problem. Please just say if you can't access it.
It is a bit of a problem because I would have to go to my PC, which is quite dated, and it would take quite a bit of time for me to find that document.
Okay. On that basis, Mr. Liggett, I would suggest we don't try and direct you to that document. I've got everybody's views on that matter. Mr. Hardy, do you have any further questions for Mr. Liggett?
I'm happy to leave that there then. So thank you. Yes, I do. In terms of your property, then, Mr. Liggett, when you've told us that you share time between your home in East Ayrshire and then Craig Cottage. When did you buy Craig Cottage?
6 years ago.
And in terms of your knowledge of the wind farm, when did you first become aware of the scheme?
When there was a local meeting held by Martin Williams.
Mm-hmm. When was that? Before or after the purchase?
After.
Do you know the dates?
Can't recall, I can't remember the dates. They would be approximately 2 years after purchase.
You talk about the you finding it difficult to understand why East Ayrshire Council, it's your paragraph 4 of your precognition, difficult to understand why the council failed to maintain its objection. Is that a matter that you took up with the council?
It is, yes.
What did they tell you?
They told that they were making their decision and not bothering about what I had to say.
And presumably not bothering means that they were content with the evidence that had been provided, that they were not going to or not able to sustain an objection. Not bothered. If I put it another way, Mr. Liggett, not bothered just sounds like, oh, well, they're not going to pay any attention. Obviously, that they're the statutory authority. They are going to consider things, aren't they? And then decide whether or not they are in a position to maintain an objection. Do you accept that?
East Ayrshire Council took it on viewpoint 14 after removal of the 4 turbines in Craigbrannoch Rig. And the other turbines would not be visible from viewpoint 14. So as far as they were concerned, there was no visual impact.
Yeah, my point was more about, it was slightly pejorative to say, well, you know, not bothering. And I was going to say that's on back.
I'm sorry, you're frozen.
Mr. Hardy, I don't know if you can hear us. Your connection appears to have gone down. So we'll just pause there for a few moments and see if Mr. Hardy returns swiftly. Otherwise, we might need to pause for a break. It wouldn't be a virtual inquiry without some of these problems. So what I would suggest is if we have a short pause until 10:45, and we'll just see if Mr. Hardy's back with us then, and then I would propose that we take a break after we've heard Mr. Liggett's evidence. Take a longer comfort break at that point. Okay, so if you can just be back with us at 10:45, please. Thank you. Mr. Hardy, have you rejoined us?
It looks as though he's left the call now. I'll wait to see if he comes into tries to get back in.
Okay, thanks, Graham. Yeah, when I just came back to my screen, then it appeared that he was that he'd rejoined, but obviously not. Hi everyone. I can see that Mr. Hardy hasn't rejoined the meeting yet. So obviously, That's quite a significant impediment to our proceedings at this precise moment in time. Mr. Hardy, right on cue.
I heard the word significant impediment, which can be in vain. I'm back on. I don't know what happened there, just a total collapse of the Wi-Fi network, but I am back on. So
excellent.
Apologies for that.
I think it's happened to most of us at some point. Mr. Liggett, are you still with us? Hi there. Yes, excellent. Okay, we shall see how the IT system behaves itself. Are you ready to continue, Mr. Liggett?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Hardy.
I'm going to stop there. Thanks. I've asked enough, and I can pick up the other points in submissions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hardy. Okay, Mr. Liggett, I'll have a couple of questions for you, and then I'll hand you back to Mr. Campbell. So, obviously, in terms of the impacts from your property and its approach down Afton Glen, I'll obviously be paying attention to that during my site inspection. I have visited Afton Glen already as well. But it would be helpful, just in your own words, could you briefly outline now and sort of how the visibility of wind farms currently have a sort of impact on your property and on Afton Glen as you travel down it currently? What's your view on that? What's your experience?
Travelling along the Afton Glen, we can see there's 1, 2, 3 wind farms travelling up the Afton Glen. The closest one to me is Hare Hill, which I can see from the windows of my cottage. Directly behind is the Afton Wind Farm, which is very close. The Penclow Wind Farm is under construction at the moment, and there'll be 7 of those turbines looming over the cottage as well. So that takes in from the east, going round in an arc to Hare Hill, and then looking to the south, there'll be 6. Hang on a second, I've just got a map here. There is turbines 10, 9, 8, 7 and 15 will be visible from the cottage. 3 of them with lights on them.
Do you mind giving those numbers again, Mr. Liggett, please? I didn't hear you.
Turbine 10, 9, 8, 7 and 15, which is in Dumfries and Galloway. 10, 9 and 8 are in East Ayrshire. 7 and 15 will be in Dumfries and Galloway, but due to their height, it'll be visible from the cottage. But this could be confirmed should a photo montage or a wireframe have been done from that area.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Liggett. I've got a wireframe that's been done by the applicant from your property. I'll be bringing that to inform inspection on next Thursday. So I'll have that with me, not to discuss, but I'll be able to obviously have that to hand. So how do you feel the visibility of the Sanquhar 2 wind farm will affect your property in terms of how you use it and enjoy it?
Well, I enjoy the countryside and open ground without any disruptions on it. As far as turbine 8 and 9 are concerned, the full 200 metre height of those turbines will be visible. And at 200 metres, the size of them and the short distance from the cottage, it'll seem as if they're sitting more or less right on my back door. Turbine 10,
sorry.
Turbine 10, which is only 1800 metres, and sitting in the saddle between Greenlorg and Blackcraig, is still going to be over 100 metres above the shoulder of Blackcraig Hill and towering above the total height of Blackcraig Hill. And it's also a common walking area. I've walked that area myself quite often. And to actually come down off Blackcraig Hill, you're coming straight down onto Turbine 10 and Turbine 9, where most people will walk down off the hills.
Okay, thank you. Now, you've been critical of East Ayrshire Council's position. I appreciate you don't agree with them, but my question is whether, in your view, it was entitled to reach a conclusion that effectively the benefits outweighed the harm of the proposal, or should it have recommended refusal on the basis of, or objected to the scheme rather, on the basis of significant adverse sort of landscape and visual effects, despite the benefits identified?
You're breaking up there, Mr. Warren. Could you maybe repeat that, please?
Certainly, yes. So in terms of your position on East Ayrshire Council's no objection position, do you consider they were entitled to reach the view that they did, or should the landscape and visual effects identified and that you're concerned with, should they have led them to a objection to the scheme?
Sir, I hesitate to interrupt and object to a reporter's question. That's something I don't think I've ever done, but with the greatest of respect, this is a question which calls for a degree of expertise, and it's not established that Mr. Liggett has that expertise, that's to say, in arriving at a planning judgment. So,
yeah, I certainly wasn't looking for a planning judgment in that sense. I just want to understand the nature of Mr. Liggett's objection fully. So that was the reason for my my question on that point, as to whether or not it's, if I can rephrase it, then is the landscape and visual effect sufficient to outweigh all other considerations? I mean, yes, there is an element of planning, a planning judgment in that, but it's hard to avoid in a case of this nature.
very well, sir.
It has major visual impacts on the property.
Okay. I understand your position, Mr. Liggett. Thank you. I don't have any further questions for you. As I say, I'll see you on the 28th. Mr. Campbell, do you have any questions, please?
No, thank you, sir. I have no questions in re-examination.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Campbell. Thank you, Mr. Liggett. Okay, I would propose at this point, Mr. Campbell, before you call your second witness, that we take a short comfort break. Can I suggest that we resume at 11:10, please?
Certainly, sir. That would be, as far as I'm concerned, perfect. But
okay, thank you very much.
thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, welcome back.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell. When you'd like to call your second witness,
Thank
please
you.
do. Thanks.
Thank you. The second witness is Mrs. Lorna Many, who I can see is on the call, but I don't see her video is on. Mrs. Many, are you there, are you?
Yeah, good morning. I'm here. Thanks.
Good. Thank you. And I take it that's your husband with you, is it?
And yeah, John's here as well.
Right. Have you got your recognition in front of you, Mrs. Many?
Yes, I have.
If you would just read from the beginning, I'd be grateful.
Okay, thank you. Good morning. My name is Lorna Many, and as we said, John, husband, is here. So thank you for the opportunity to talk this morning. We live at Craig Steading. We have read the inquiry statement produced by Stop Sanquhar 2 and Mr. Hugh Liggett's recognition, and we agree with them both. However, we make the following additional points. Our application for permission to build Craig Steading was submitted to East Ayrshire Council in October 2017 and was granted in February 2018. By this time, we had already invested a substantial amount of money, and stopping the build was not an option for us. I had also committed myself to work in Newcomnock medical practice. I am a highly experienced nurse practitioner and have been able to bring a valuable level of care to the people in the local community, which has a significant public health deficit. We also want to express our disappointment in East Ayrshire Council and feel completely let down and abandoned by their lack of support. They changed their response in October 2020 from objection to no objection without consideration or understanding of how this would affect our lives, and of course without any consultation. The main landscape and visual points are well made by Hugh Liggett and SS2's inquiry statement, and we endorse them. In addition, at a personal level, we believe the closest turbine will be 1.5 to 1.8 kilometres from us, which is plainly far too close. It is difficult to be precise, as Community Wind Power have failed to engage with us and have provided no information in relation to our property. This has led to heightened anxiety and feelings of absolute despair. We have sent a number of emails and attended public meetings with Community Wind Power and East Ayrshire Council. We also contacted our local MSP for some guidance. We have been unsuccessful in all attempts to engage with them, other than receiving an offer of a financial supported energy agreement in exchange for giving up all rights of objection to the proposed plans. We purchased this piece of land prior to the application for Sanquhar 2. We always intended to build our new home here, and checks at the time of purchase confirmed there would be no prospect of turbines within the glen itself. We would not have proceeded with this purchase otherwise. It is a real concern that Sanquhar 2, if consented, will affect the value of the property or result in inability to sell if we ever wish to. We moved to Newcomnock to be nearer to my elderly parents and help care for them. We have invested all our money in developing our home in an area which we believe is of outstanding natural beauty, and we are both distraught at the thought of this being destroyed. We believe, given the size and close proximity of the turbines, they will have a significant and unacceptable effect on our lives and landscape, day and night. Noise, shadow flicker, shadow cast will all be significant features of this project.
Sorry, can I just be clear, Mrs. Many, you've moved on to paragraph 13, omitting the section about lighting.
Yes.
Right, thank you. Just to help us follow you. Yeah, go on, please, number 13.
So we believe, given the size and proximity of the turbines, they will have a significant and unacceptable effect on our lives and landscape, day and night. Noise, shadow flicker, shadow cast will all be significant features of this project. I believe East Ayrshire Council have failed in their duty to care and provide a safe environment for their residents. In their Economic Development Strategy 2014 to 2025, they write about their vision. East Ayrshire will be a place with strong, vibrant communities where everyone has a good quality of life and access to opportunities, choices and high-quality services which are sustainable, accessible and meet people's needs. It turns out these are just warm words to make themselves look good. East Ayrshire describes the area as having a varied natural environment, lush meadows, forests, deserted moorlands and rolling hills. They even relate to historic figures such as Robert Burns and William Wallace, who all have connections with the Afton Glen. The Afton water flows gently by our property, and Castle William is a short walk away. Blackcraig Hill is also very popular with hill walkers who all appreciate the natural beauty in the area. Peregrine falcons nest on the rock face of Craigbrannock Hill, which is directly across from the proposed turbine sites. Kites, red squirrels, bats, wildflowers, wild orchids are just an example of the wide biodiversity. I don't believe it can be any part of renewables policy to bring about a situation where the impacts on ordinary people are so severe that they will come to hate the place where they have chosen to live, and in addition, through no fault of their own, find themselves with an unsaleable burden on their hands. I will no doubt be told that house values are no part of planning law, but this application really seems to be about so-called energy strategy, apparently to cram as much development as possible into an obviously unsuitable environment to the detriment of so many. It's not about planning law, of which I know nothing about. It's about turning our home into a visual junkyard. Is that the policy of this government? I really don't think so. I don't wish to repeat what others are saying. We feel victimised and ignored by both the developers and our local authority. Everyone affected by developments of this kind ought to be treated fairly. We ask for no more. The developer has more or less ignored us, and it is as if we did not matter at all to our local authority. Nobody should be mesmerised by large-scale development in relatively remote rural areas just because it has a green label. This proposal will entirely change the character and quality of the celebrated Afton Glen and Afton Water by simply turning the valley into an approach route to a wind farm. In the process, it will destroy the amenity of our home. Thank you. We believe the application should be refused.
Thank you, Mrs. Manny. I think, no, I have no further questions just now. Mr. Hardy may have some questions for you. If you could just stay there for a moment, please.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell. Thank you, Mrs. Manny. Mr. Hardy, do you have any questions?
Just a couple.
Okay.
They're really the same questions as to Mr. Liggett. I mean, clearly you've got strong feelings, Mrs. Manny, about the council, about East Ayrshire. I think paragraph 17, you feel victimised and ignored by them. Did you take that matter up with the council? Have you let them know how strongly you feel?
No, I haven't contacted the council. I don't feel that we have the authority. That's for the council. They have made their decision. We did speak to them prior to that, so they've come to their own conclusions. Yeah,
and that's absolutely fine. So their feelings, which you've got, but they're private feelings. What you've not done is gone back to the council to say, look, are you really sure? Why could you justify what you've done? That's not something that you've asked?
No, no.
Okay, that's very fair of you. Second question, and I'm not going to, given the technical difficulties, I'm not going to go into the detail of it, but are you aware of the residential visual assessment, the RVAS that was undertaken? So property 16, and well, that's a proxy for your property too. There's the two properties dealt with in the same place. So that's an assessment of the Craigs in the residential visual assessment document, which form part of the what's called the additional information. Are you aware that that assessment was done?
Yes, I am. Yes.
And have you read that?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. That's all I want to ask. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Hardy. Mrs. Menny, I've only got a couple of questions. You appreciate again that when I visit your property or next Thursday, that'll be an important part of my assessment. So you'll be able to point out physical aspects when I'm on site that you want me to pay attention to. Mr. Hardy just asked you then about the wireline drawings that had been produced for Craig's Farm Cottage, your neighbour's property. From what you've seen of them, do you think they are a proxy? Are they representative of what I would see from your property and what you would see from your property as well? Or do you have concerns about that?
I haven't seen wire lines. It's the actual report that I'm referring to. The report from East Ayrshire Council on the visual impact with the use of Ironside Farrer Limited, on which they've based their decisions on. We have not been included in that assessment at all, as far as I can read.
Okay. No, that's helpful. Now, I asked Mr. Liggett to kind of outline in his own words how he experienced Glen Afton and the view from his property. And just whilst you set out quite clearly there in your recognition already your views, but I just thought I'd give you the opportunity to say anything else about the kind of like the landscape and visual kind of qualities of Glen Afton, if there's anything else you'd like to add to that.
I just wanted to say that, you know, the design of our house, we designed it around the view up the valley, which we absolutely appreciate, and it really is beautiful. It was one of the reasons why we chose to build there. There are some surrounding wind farms. The Afton wind farm we can see from our main living space over to the west side, but it's far enough away. It's not as intrusive as what I would be thinking that Sanquhar 2 is going to be. We can hear some noise, but I don't think it will be anywhere near the impact. You know, it's not in the same impact as Sanquhar 2. And to the rear, there's farm. But we really have open windows. We feel very much part of the landscape from up the valley, and that's, you know, it's going to have such a major. We keep being told it's not going to be overpowering or overbearing, but I have to say it really will be.
Thank you. I'm conscious of Mr. Campbell's concerns about one of the questions I asked Mr. Liggett, but I'll try and rephrase it in a manner in which it was intended. So my question is, do you understand East Ayrshire Council's position, you know, and why it took the view it did?
No, I have to say no to that question. Yeah.
That's fine. That's absolutely fine. Yeah. Well, thank you, Mr. and Mrs. Many. I don't have any further questions for you now. Obviously, as I say, the site inspection is an important part of this process. So I will look forward to meeting you next week. Mr. Campbell, do you have any further questions for Mr. and Mrs. Many? You're on mute, Mr. Campbell. Sorry.
Just one, if I may, Mrs. Many. When did you build the house at Craigsteading?
Started the build in 2018, it was.
2018?
The actual build started, I think it was 2019. We were in the house just before Christmas 2019.
Okay. And this is your only house, is it?
Yes, it is, yeah.
Thank you very much. I no more questions just now. Much obliged.
Thank you. Thanks.
So thank you.
Thank you again, Mr. Many. So, Mr. Campbell, I'm quite happy to move straight into your third witness.
Yeah, so am I. Quite happy. If she's there, I would like next to call Karen Coulthart,
who I believe is masquerading as Susan Hall. Is that correct?
Masquerading as Susan Hall, but I don't see her at the moment on the screen.
Oh.
Oh, I heard her voice.
Can you see me now?
I have to say I can't.
I can see you, Ms. Coulthart.
Oh, sorry, I don't have enough squares on my screen. Yes, that's fine. Ms. Coulthart, good morning. Can I hear you?
Good morning to you.
Can you tell me, have you got your recognition in front of you?
I do.
Would you just read from the beginning then, please?
Thank you. Could I just say I am masquerading as Susan Hall because I'm in her house, as my rural broadband can't cope with 3 days of 8 hours a day.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. Just when you're ready.
My family and I have been the owners of Polskirch since 1975. Since my 20s, it has been my long-term plan to enjoy my retirement. To be surrounded by 200 turbines with no neighbours is not part of that plan. The Sanquhar 2 wind farm has had and will continue to have many negative consequences for the landscape in which I live and for me. Impacts include the obviously dominant visual impact of the turbines and of aviation lighting, the loss of my neighbours who have been bought out, worry over contamination of my private water supply, excessive turbine noise, shadow flicker within the house and turning shadows in the garden, and the closure of the road, which denies me access to me and to emergency service vehicles. Throughout the development process, I believe that community wind power has been disingenuous in the information given in the planning documents. A particular bugbear is the constant use of the sentence, "It is not considered that residents would experience an overbearing or overwhelming effect on their visual amenity, that their properties would become unattractive places in which to live." If Sanquhar 2 is so not overbearing or overwhelming, why has community wind power displaced residents by buying up their properties near the site? Community wind power has failed to correct factually inaccurate information in its documentation, has failed to keep local people informed, and has been dismissive of the concerns of locals and those of the wider community. The visualisations given for Polskirch in Appendix 6.12 of the additional information are based on photographs taken on 17th of October 2018. These include showing a north-facing view taken from behind a spruce tree and an east-facing view taken from behind a willow tree. These photographs are completely unrepresentative of how Sanquhar 2 would impact Polskirch. I have submitted photographs from the property which give a truer representation of the impact of Sanquhar 2 from Polskirch and its curtilage. There are no photo montages for many of the wire lines provided, Wire lines on their own do not give a full picture, as the viewer cannot visualise the true impact of 200-metre turbines in untouched rural scenery. I have submitted photographs to match the wire lines of the Scarglen Road from Carlistane Bridge to Polskeach and of the Southern Upland Way from Benbrack to Wing. I fail to understand why Community Wind Power could not provide these photographs and convert them into photo montages. It is telling that they have not done so.
Just pausing,
the only turbines.
Pausing there, if you wouldn't
Yes.
mind for a second, just for the reporter's notes. I think those photographs are incorporated in the SS2 statement of case. Is that right?
Yes, yes, they are.
Yeah, thank you. Go on, please. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Not at all. The only turbines that are currently visible in the entire sky are the 200-metre one white side. They are far side behind Polgowan to the north. The Sanquhar 2 turbines on the south side of the valley will be 67% larger and completely out of scale. Some of the photographs used for the photomontages created for viewpoints in the area suffer from being taken inappropriately. For example, viewpoint 9 at Cairnsmore of Carsfairn is taken from behind a cairn. If the photograph had been taken a few metres from that spot, it would have had a far more open vista. The new wire lines in the supplementary information show turbines from the Yukon Head wind farm, presumably seeking to minimise the effect of Sanquhar 2. However, as Yukon Head is years behind Sanquhar 2 in the planning process, this gives a misleading impression of the effect. In a conversation with a Community Wind Power representative about aviation lighting, I was assured that uncurtained windows would give a black mirrored effect in the dark, so that the red aviation lighting would not be seen from within the house. Having visited my mother in her flat with 4 construction cranes approximately 1 kilometre away from her, I can confirm that this is not true. This sort of approach insults my intelligence. In February 2020, Rob Fryer of Community Wind Power approached me to ask if I would sell my house to Community Wind Power. I was asked to keep the offer confidential, including not discussing it with the other residents of the Upper Scarglen. Apparently, Community Wind Power were using a divide and conquer approach with the neighbours, as it transpires that a similar offer had been made to each of them, and they had all accepted. The neighbours had obviously been told not to speak about their plans, as I knew nothing about their decisions, until Rob Fryer told me that all the neighbours had agreed to sell, in a clear attempt to pressure me into doing the same. The occupants of the other properties in the Upper Scarglen left the valley in the summer of 2020, allowing Community Wind Power to say in their additional information documentation that this property is now under the control of the applicant and would no longer be in residential use should development be granted consent. By removing residents from Scarglen, Community Wind Power have effectively silenced objectors, as I suspect that as part of the deal, they were required to sign a non-disclosure agreement and to agree not to object to the work of Community Wind Power. But the houses are still there and they would still be significantly impacted.
Pausing there, if I may.
Yes.
Is work being done on the houses at present?
Yes, there are in Polgowan at the moment 2 houses. The what Community Wind Power refers to as Polgowan Barn, which the previous owners had called Dunploddin, which is was a holiday let for them. It was a bed and breakfast holiday let for them, and the main house itself. And there's currently, today, I met the joiners on the road as I was coming to Mrs. Hall's house.
Thank you. Yeah, go on, please. 14. 14, top of page 3.
It seems to me, sorry, yes, I've expanded the text slightly, so the page numbering is different for me. It seems to me to be a clear argument that if the only way to get consent for a wind farm is to remove residents from their homes because they are in the way, then the wind farm is in the wrong place. The aerial photograph for Polskeach in Volume 1, Chapter 6 of the LVIA shows that turbine 25 is 1,298 metres from the chimney. I cannot think of the last time I sat on the chimney to enjoy my view. However, I do enjoy and treasure the view from the garden on a daily basis, which brings turbine 25 to only 1,175 metres from my curtilage. I informed Community Wind Power in April 2019 of several factual inaccuracies in their original documentation pertaining to Polskirch. Martin Williams, the contact for the local community, assured me that these would be rectified. These same inaccuracies were published in the additional information in July 2020, along with the untrue statement that Polskirch, my house, was under the control of Community Wind Power and would no longer be in residential use, in Appendix 6.6, Annex 3. I asked Community Wind Power in April 2019 for answers to 13 pages of written questions. Community Wind Power promised to provide answers. Despite several reminders, no answers were forthcoming. The questions were still unanswered when Martin Williams left Community Wind Power in October 2019 and was replaced by Rob Fryer in January 2020. I have still not received any answers. Community Wind Power have been consistently bad at communicating with local communities, and in particular with those who would be directly affected by the turbines. Community Wind Power boast in their pre-application consultation report that community consultation began in 2014. However, the first I heard about Sanquhar 2 was from a neighbour who had seen a leaflet advertising a public meeting in August 2018. Given that the nearest turbine is just over a kilometre from my house, and that Community Wind Power have a list of all the properties within a 2-kilometre radius of the proposed development, I, and every other local resident, was bitterly disappointed that Community Wind Power did not have the common courtesy to write to us personally about their proposals. This is just the first of a litany of occasions in which Community Wind Power gave no consideration to local residents. In a series of meetings between the residents of the Upper Scar Glen and Martin Williams between January and August 2019, many things were promised, including the provision of free broadband, a mobile phone connection, FM DAB radio reception, improvements to the road, grit bins, and the installation of additional passing places on the single-track Scar Glen Road. Martin stated that Community Wind Power did not expect anything from the residents for these concessions, as they would be compensation for the disruption that the wind farm would cause. When Martin left and Rob Fryer became the contact person for residents, these ideas were no longer even mentioned. In September 2019, Community Wind Power produced a draft energy agreement, which ostensibly was to give residents £3,000 per annum to contribute to householders' annual energy costs for the lifetime of the wind farm. Copy attached. The terms were unacceptable to residents. In January 2020, Community Wind Power produced a revised version, the terms of which remained unacceptable. In July 2020, I specifically asked if signing the agreement would make any difference to the planning application or conditions if permission was granted. I was never given an answer by Community Wind Power. However, if one reads ETSU R97, it clearly states that for properties with financial involvement, the noise limit can be increased by 5 decibels. And if one reads the additional information, Appendix 6.6 RVAS, provided by Community Wind Power in August 2020, it states that for properties with financial involvement, a significant visual impact on the properties would no longer be addressed. The fact that Community Wind Power wanted the documents signed without giving any indication that there was a downside of doing so speaks volumes about their attitude and lack of consideration for local residents. An important aspect of our...
Sorry, Ms. Coulter. I can see Mr. Campbell speaking there, and you're on mute, Mr. Campbell.
Sorry.
Could you just pause there for a second, please?
Of course.
Thank you. Could you move to paragraph 30, and read from there to the end.
During the construction of access road, particularly on the south side of the Scarglen Road, U404N, Polskeach and Dalgonar will be the only properties to the west of the construction. I am concerned that access to my property will be obstructed, as will access for any emergency vehicles, delivery vehicles, tourists and visitors. These are my observations on this proposal. I wish to see it refused.
Thank you very much. For clarity, the road to your house is effectively a dead end, isn't it? It stops at your house, the public road.
It does, yes. Yes, it does.
Thank you very much. I have no more questions just now. Mr. Hardy may have some questions for you if you just stay there, please. So,
Thank you, Mr. Campbell. Thank you, Ms. Coulthart. Mr. Hardy, do you have any questions?
I've just got three short matters, if I may. The first of those really relates to paragraph 1. Your family have been, and I've been the owners of Polskeach since 1975. Since my 20s, it's been my long-term plan to enjoy my retirement here. You live and work in Edinburgh, is that right?
That is not correct.
Do you have a house in Edinburgh?
I have a flat.
And so tell us about your living arrangements. How do you split your time between your flat in Edinburgh?
No, sir, that is not correct. I live at full-time at Polskeach. I am a home worker, and therefore I can choose to work from wherever I like, and I choose to work at Polskeach full-time.
And your long-term plan then to enjoy your retirement here, you have entered into a financial commercial agreement, haven't you, with Scottish Power Renewables in relation to Sanquhar?
I'm not at liberty to discuss any relationship I may or may not have with Scottish Power Renewables.
Then from public documents, what we can see in the Sanquhar applications is financial involvement. We can see that from the EIA documents, and it would be right, even if you're not going to disclose the terms. Of course, it's probably subject to an NDA, but it would be right to say that you have a relationship commercially with SPR, don't you?
I'm not at liberty to discuss any relationship I may or may not have with Scottish Power Renewables.
Okay, well, that's I've asked the question. Got that? Second point, you talk about depopulation and displacement of residents, and I just want to ask a few questions there. Were you familiar with the owners of Polgowan to start with? Do you know them?
Yes, I have.
Yeah, they were on the market. That property was on the market previously, wasn't it? So the owners of that actually had been trying to sell completely irrespective of the of Sanquhar too. They had their property on the market.
They told me it was their home until Sanquhar 2 appeared.
Sorry, you just broke up a little bit there. My question was, it had been on the market previously, hadn't it? The owners had tried to sell irrespective of Sanquhar.
And I said that they told me it was their forever home until Sanquhar 2 became a feature of the local area. Okay,
factually, are you aware of it having been on the market? So nothing to do with Sanquhar 2, prior to the disposition to community wind power. Can you confirm that that property had been up for sale?
They put the house for sale because they wanted to sell it before the planning application for Sanquhar 2 became in the public domain.
Thank you. Shield Cottage, then, did you know the owners of Shield Cottage?
I did.
They were about to put their house on the market because they wanted to go back to England. They've got family in England and were going to move anyway, weren't they?
Not that I'm aware of.
You. Do you know the owners of Dalgona?
I do.
And that was somebody wanting to move because to find a better location for their horse, and indeed to be closer to their parents, who were going to move anyway.
Their horse was exceptionally happy. They had 2 horses, both of which were exceptionally happy at Dalgona.
And I've dealt with your involvement with Ukenhead and your own displacement as far as I can, so I'm not going to take that any further. The third point really is road closure. Scott, can you say in your paragraph 2 of your precognition, so, and closure of the road which denies access to me and to emergency service vehicles. But then in your paragraph 30, that gets softened a little bit to, well, I'm concerned that access to my property will be obstructed, as well access for any emergency vehicles, delivery vehicles, tourists and visitors. It's probably more in terms of reassurance. I hope this helps. There is going to be no road closure. I don't know where you've got that from, but I mean, it may be discussed in the condition session tomorrow that the agreement with the Highways Department, and they're quite happy, is that there is no road closure. So what are you talking about?
If you look at the map for the Sanquhar 2 footprint, you will see that the wind farm road crosses from the north side of the U404N between Dalgona and Allgowan, and then goes to the south side of the valley. If Sanquhar 2 are building a wind farm road across the 404N, they will have to close the 404N in order to do that.
Well, of course they wouldn't. They could use a banksman and another scheme which is agreed by the Highways Department. It's not a closure, of course, just management of traffic, isn't it?
I think that if Mr. Warren, on his site visit, looks at that spot, you will find that it will be impossible to divert the traffic on a single track road.
I'll leave that to Mr. Warren to form his own views, and we'll deal with the agreement with the council tomorrow. That's all I want to ask you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hardy. Mr. Mundell, do you have any?
I just wondered, is it possible for me as another third party to ask a single question to this witness? Is that?
No, I'm sorry, Mr. Mundell. It's only those of an opposite view to the witness.
Okay, and is there an opportunity for me to visit this evidence at another point? Does that have to be done by a written submission at the end, or in my own evidence? Is that
in terms of process? Sorry, in terms of responding to Mr. Hardy's questioning or to Ms. Coulthart's evidence?
Well, it's to a point that's come up in the course of that evidence that from Mr. Hardy's question that I wasn't anticipating.
Okay. Yeah, you'll have the opportunity to make closing submissions, which are written submissions where you'll be able to address any points that have been made during the course of the inquiry. So that would be the place to address that, Mr.
Mundell. Would I be able to contact the witness separately through Mr. Campbell in relation to her evidence? Or is that just not possible?
It's not typically the done thing, Mr. Mundell. It would be expected to be your position in terms of what you have heard, and then Mr. Campbell would provide closing submissions if he wishes for the witness.
Okay.
And likewise, Mr. Hardy will then have the opportunity to respond for the applicant.
Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Coulthart, hi there. Can you hear me clearly?
I can, thank you.
It's been a little bit hit and miss today, I'm afraid. So sorry about the slightly bad connection.
It's rural broadband. We cope.
No, it's been working okay actually. It's been more the offices that have been more problematic today, I think. So again, you'll appreciate I'm visiting your property next week. So I will. That's the sort of main opportunity for me to really understand the physical aspects of how the wind farm affects your property. But I've asked others, and I'd like to ask you. So just to give you the opportunity to kind of describe in your own words, what do you particularly value about the location that Polskyok's cited?
It's openness, it's remoteness, and I realise that that sounds weird possibly to people who live in the town, but having space and having a view that goes forever. I can see, if I look in the night sky, I look up and I see the Milky Way because there is no external lights in the area at all.
And how do you consider that those kind of qualities that you appreciate about where you live, how will they be altered by the wind farm? Just briefly, I appreciate you've set out this already, but I just want to give you the chance to say what you want to say.
Well, various things. Things, of course, is that, but in my study, well, work from home study, turbine 20 will be in my view line all day. In the winter, it will be flashing red lights all day. Well, not all day, in the darker parts of the day. If I'm in my kitchen, I see turbine 24 right in front of me. If I'm in my living room, I see turbine 25 right in my eye line. And all these three are the lit turbines, or part of the lit turbines.
Thank you. I did have a couple of questions as well about the ownership issue and Yuckin Head, but I appreciate your answer given to Mr. Hardy on that point. But on a separate point, do you know why the Sanquhar 2 applicant offered to buy your property? Did they give you a reason for why they wanted to buy it?
Yes, they did. They said, to be fair, I do not remember.
Okay.
And when I queried them, is it because of the noise? They said no. I suspect it was to get me out of the way, so I would be one less person to object and one less person to worry about the noise and the lights and complaining about everything to the council.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Coulter. I don't have any further questions now, so I will see you on the 28th. Thanks for your contribution. Mr. Campbell, do you have any further questions for Ms. Coulter?
Yes, I do. Thank you. Mr. Hardy asked you if you lived in Edinburgh. Could you tell the inquiry, please, what your occupation is?
I am Subject Implementation Manager for the Scottish Qualifications Authority.
What does that mean in English?
I work on documents for the SQA. I run training events for them, for teachers. I am a contact person for teachers for my subject area, which is business and economics.
Thank you. I think that's all. Thank you very much. I have no more questions, sir. Much obliged. Thank you, Ms. Coulthard.
Thank you.
Thank you again, Ms. Coulthard. Thank you, Mr. Campbell. Now, Mr.
Sir,
Campbell,
we have a hiatus problem.
Do we? So that was my question.
Well, I've asked my team to contact Ms. Mooney to see if she's available before 2, and unfortunately nobody's getting a reply at the moment. Could I just have a minute to have a discussion to see if we can change the order of the witnesses? And
yes, I was just wondering what
perhaps, I don't think it'll fill the time till 1 o'clock, but it might fill some of it.
Well, that's fine. I mean, we can take, there's no harm in taking a slightly longer lunch break. It's clear that we're going to make the progress that we needed to today as well. So yeah. I'm quite relaxed about that. So yeah, let's take 5 minutes and return at 12 o'clock. And you can just give us an update as to whether we can hear Susan Hall's evidence next, Mr. Campbell.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, welcome back, everyone. Mr. Campbell, this looks promising from what I can see on my screen.
Yes, sir. I'm not sure when the last time Mrs. Hall was described as promising, but you can take this as a compliment.
I'll take anything.
Mrs. Hall, good afternoon. Thank you for joining us.
Good afternoon.
Little bit out of order. So just for your information, I'm trying to make contact with Ms. Mooney, but so far I've not been successful, but I've got other people trying to do that.
Don't worry, Mr. Campbell. I'm quite content to hear Ms. Mooney's evidence at 2 p.m. like we said.
All right. In that case, can I introduce Susan Hall? Good afternoon, Mrs. Hall. You're presenting a recognition, I think, on behalf of Stop Sanquhar 2. Is that right?
I am.
Yeah. And I think you also wrote a recognition on behalf of the community councils, which is presented as a separate document, but which the reporter has ruled on. That's correct, is it?
That is correct, yes.
Yeah. And finally, I think you have presented a statement of case, an inquiry statement of case, also on behalf of the community councils, which has been lodged.
Yes, that's right.
Okay. Let's move to your recognition then, if we may, please. And you would, if you wouldn't mind reading from paragraph 1, that would be a help.
Very well. Good afternoon, sir, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Susan Hall. I live in Scarglen and I am representing Stop Sanquhar 2 Wind Farm Action Group. Stop Sanquhar 2 is objecting to the proposed wind farm for multiple reasons. Primarily, its overwhelming, detrimental and unacceptable landscape and visual impacts in and around an area of the southern uplands, which does not have the capacity to absorb a wind farm of the size, scope and longevity of Sanquhar 2 wind farm. These features far exceed the profile of any existing or proposed wind farms in the region. The area proposed for the development is cherished for its high-quality landscapes, rich cultural, historical and environmental heritage, and its opportunities for multiple forms of recreation due to its varied aesthetic qualities. Whilst the area has no formal designations, apart from its immediate proximity to the Thornhill Uplands Regional Scenic Area, location within the Galloway and Southern Ayrshire Biosphere and the Galloway Dark Skies Park Transition Zones, and within the proposed Galloway National Park. Nonetheless, the area has many of the attributes defined by Nature Scott as wild land. These include the opportunity to engage with the natural physical environment, including walking, long distance running, cycling, ornithology and city science projects. The area's landscape includes designated donnels, glens, rivers, and an extensive core and heritage paths network, including the iconic Southern Upland Way. This provides challenges for the adventurously inclined or easy walking along core paths, as well as green corridors linking the Scar, Shingle, Euchen and Afton Glens enjoyed by mountain bikers and walkers. It also provides solitude and sanctuary in its expansive, peaceful landscapes and the opportunity to leave the stresses of modern day living behind. It provides closeness to nature due to the area's relative lack of disturbance and human intervention, restricting mainly to light sheep grazing, some fencing and commercial forestry outwith the proposed development's footprint. The area has distinctive wildlife with opportunities to see some of Scotland's most iconic and protected flora and fauna, including red squirrels, otters, golden eagles and osprey, and plants and bryophytes found in the extensive peat ecosystems in the area. It has wildness as a quality valued in its own right, exemplified by the area's strong association with the Covenanters who sought sanctuary in its hills and their Allen's Cairn Covenanters Memorial. It has provided the inspiration for poets Rabbie Burns and James Hogg. It has popular walking, cycling and running routes away from the madding crowds. And it is the setting for the iconic Striding Arches by world-renowned sculptor Andy Goldsworthy. These features are also part of the reasons that many of the local residents have chosen to live in this area. A number of visual impacts from viewpoints have been presented by the applicants, including the area's core paths network. However, many of the popular local hills are only accessed by right to roam legislation, such as Glenwagon Crags, Dalyen Snout, and the hills of the Scar and the Shingle Glens. And the visual impacts from these important viewpoints have been overlooked. The ridges that are a feature of the southern uplands and the location of choice for Sanquhar 2 give wide-ranging open views from the Solway Firth in the south to the hills of the Ayr in the north, from Criffel in the east to the Lowther Hills in the west. Sanquhar 2's turbines will dominate the landscape and destroy the enjoyment of distant horizons and the impact of the challenge of climbing these demanding hills and ridges. The iconic view of the Southern Upland Way, U404M from Polgown, winding through the wide, unspoilt landscape of Scar Glen and into the distance, evokes a sense of adventure and a journey into the unknown. The Sanquhar 2 wind farm access track, approximately 3 times the width of this road, will bisect the Southern Upland Way to link the north and south sections of Sanquhar 2. This will destroy both the sense of place and, during construction, traditional access to the Southern Upland Way, the hills at the top of the glens, the Green Corridor network, and residences and farmland beyond this point. Repeated requests for the representations of the visual impact of this crossing have not been produced. Similarly, despite repeated requests for visual impacts of Sanquhar 2 from locally important Tinran Dune with its Iron Age fort and its neighbour Ochan Gibbet Hill have not been produced. It is my opinion that the visual impact information of the scope of this proposal is not sufficient to inform a comprehensive overview of the extent of the visual impact on the landscape of Sanquhar 2. Enjoyment of the outdoor environment does not have a metric to measure it by. The aesthetics that create a cherished environment, the intangible element of public enjoyment, and the benefits of green spaces to mental and physical health, which have been amply provided by the hills and glens of the Scar, Uchan, Shingle and Afton Glens in the recent COVID-19 pandemic, are not considered in the EIAR. Mr. Brian Denny has stated that the benefits of Sanquhar 2 would outweigh the harms, but it is my opinion that the adverse impacts of Sanquhar 2 would be profound. In an area where the only sound is that of the skylarks singing, or the honking of skeins of migrating swans and geese above the heads of the glens, turbine noise will be an unnatural intrusion on the aesthetics, solitude, and naturalness of the landscape. Shadow flicker on the hills and glens, including the Donald of Blacklog Hill, the ridge between Polgown and Dalgona, the Southern Upland Way, and homes in the area will be intrusive and detract from the near natural landscape and the sense of wild land. Red aviation lighting will create an industrial landscape in an area of dark skies, which provide an opportunity for astronomy and the observation of rare astrological occurrences such as lunar eclipses, planetary alignments, and meteor showers. Each turbine base is approximately 22 metres in diameter, an area of approximately 380 square metres, requiring about 600 cubic metres of concrete and 60 tonnes of steel reinforcement per turbine. Each turbine base will also require adjacent permanent crane hard standing of 1,200 square metres. The extraction of the natural peat and acid grassland to provide turbine bases and hard standing will replace the natural sphagnum, rushes, grasses and specialised acid-loving vegetation with around 70,000 square metres of concrete and non-natural substrate. New tracks, borrow pits and ancillary buildings would further add visual clutter to the landscape, as well as replacing greenhouse gas sequestering peat and soil with concrete and rubble. This would scar the landscape, disturbing the flow and continuous views of the naturally vegetated landscape visible from local roads, paths, viewpoints, and the high local hills and ridges. With some 5 turbines immediately against the boundary of the Thornhill Uplands Regional Scenic Area, and several others within 1 kilometre of the boundary, the special qualities that have afforded the area the designation and the landscape that it includes would be adversely impacted by the noise, shadow flicker, visual impact, and potential changes to the soil, hydrology, and vegetation caused by the construction and operation of Sanquhar 2. Our landscape is a key part of Dumfries and Galloway's tourism industry, a resilient and important contributor to the area's economy and sustainability, providing some 7,000 jobs and worth approximately £380 million a year. Many guidebooks and websites describe the area in the Scar, Shingle and Afton Glen as a special part of the world. Reviews of Shield Cottage, now owned by the developers, include comments, "Views from the cottage are stunning, fantastic location. Stunning remote location in the heart of nature, highly recommended to those who want total peace and isolation. And stunning views in all directions." Shield Cottage is proposed to be left empty for the operational life of the wind farm. I believe the reviews of the cottage will not be so enthusiastic, with Sanquhar's 200-metre turbines dominating the surrounding landscape. With turbines of 200 metres tall on top of hills in excess of 400 metres high, Blacklog Hill is over 600 metres high, the proposed development's turbines would attain a height of 600 to 800 metres, far exceeding local wind farm heights. Sanquhar 2 would cut through the heart of the Scar and Shingle Glens in a way that the much smaller and far fewer numbers of turbines of Whiteside Hill and 20 Shilling Hill wind farms on the perimeter of Scar Glen would not. Local planning and development policies repeatedly state that this area is unsuitable for wind turbines of the height proposed by Sanquhar 2. Placing turbines of this height onto the hills and ridges of the glens would disrupt the pattern of development so far considered to be acceptable. Sanquhar 2 would create a new landscape, reducing the sense of spaciousness and wild landscape in the area, creating a mosaic of natural vegetation and artificial substrates, introducing red lights into dark skies, and manufacturing an overwhelming feeling of industrialisation set against the backdrop of the Thornhill Uplands Regional Scenic Area, not experienced with other developments. Whilst Mr. Denny claims that there would be no more than minor adverse level of impact on existing landscape features during construction, Nature Scott include character, sense of place, views, topography, and cultural and human influences in their definitions of landscapes. So it is hard to imagine how the construction of 44 of the largest turbines in the entire country can not have more than a profound and significant impact on existing landscape features. The impact on the enjoyment of our cultural heritage would become unacceptable, including the use and access of the Southern Uplands Way, the Striding Arches, the historic homes and farms of the area, including those under the ownership of the applicant, and destined to be left unoccupied for 40 years or more, and the core paths network. Noise, dust, traffic, including 10 abnormal loads per turbine in a peaceful rural area, cannot be considered a minor adverse level and represents the lack of understanding of the applicants of the profound impacts and long-term changes that the construction and operation of Sanquhar 2 will have on our cherished landscape. The proposed Sanquhar 2 development would materially and adversely change the character of the landscape as seen and experienced from the landmark hill of Cairnkinner, the Donnells of Blacklog and nearby Black Craig Hill, locally iconic viewpoints of Glenwagen, Tinrandune and Auchengill, the Southern Upland Way, as well as homes and farms in the Scar, Shingle, Euchen and Afton Glens and more distant residences and viewpoints. In conclusion, it is the view of Stop Sanquhar 2 that the proposed wind farm is of an unacceptable scale, particularly against the backdrop of the Thornhill Uplands Regional Scenic Area. It would have long-term impacts on the wild and unspoilt landscape of the area, including changes to the landscape through impacts on vegetation, drainage of the area's extensive peats and other edaphic impacts, and the dominance of turbines on a landscape considered unsuitable for wind turbines of the very large typology of Sanquhar 2. It would have long-term adverse impacts on the capacity of the landscape to absorb and sequester greenhouse gases and provide long-term climate change mitigation and adaptability. It would have profound visual impacts on homes in the immediate area for at least a generation, and it would have an adverse effect on the sense of place and the overall experience and enjoyment. Excuse me, I'll start that again. It would have an adverse effect on the sense of place and the overall experience and enjoyment of the recreational opportunities, remoteness, isolation and wild places enjoyed by visitors to the area. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Hall. A couple of follow-up questions. Stop Sanquhar 2 action group is, I think, an unincorporated objector action group. Is that right?
That is correct.
It doesn't have any formal status.
No.
Can you help the reporter to understand the level of support, or indeed the opposite, that the group has managed to obtain and maintain during this campaign?
We have the support of 5 community councils, which are Tinran, Keir, the Royal Borough of Sanquhar, Carsfen and Glencairn. And I know that also Penpont and New Cumnock community councils have objected to Sanquhar 2.
Okay.
We have a large number of objectors who have objected to Sanquhar 2. We have had around over 1,200 people signed our online petition, which I know isn't taken with much seriousness by as an objection, but there is a huge level of support for Stop Sanquhar 2 in the area, and it's a huge area.
Okay, could you pause for a second? I've got Miss Mooney on the phone, sir. I'll just find out what she's doing, if you don't mind. Thank you for that brief opportunity, sir. I'll talk about it in a minute. I'm sorry, Mrs. Hall, I interrupted you. You were listing the community councils. I think you said there were 5 of those, and you had a number of signatories to a petition. What was that number?
Yeah, that was over 1,200 people.
Yeah, okay. The only other thing was this. We heard this morning from since 12 o'clock, from Miss Coulthart about the acquisition of properties in the Scar Glen. Is the turnover of properties in the Scar Glen a rapid thing? Do houses change hands often or not?
Not really. People move to this area. Well, people usually consider these places their forever homes. Certainly Kirsty and Andy that lived in Polgowan considered that their forever home, and the residents of Dalgona did as well.
I see. All right. How long have you lived there?
15 years.
Thank you. And are you retired?
I am.
Yes. What was your occupation before you retired?
I was a senior research bioscientist in cancer research for AstraZeneca Pharmaceuticals.
Thank you. I've got no more questions just now. Please stay there. Mr. Hardy may have some questions for you.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell. Thank you, Ms. Hall. Mr. Hardy, do you have any questions?
I don't. I've picked up all the points that I want to with the technical witnesses. So I just take this really as what it is. It's an articulate statement of of local view. So no questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hardy. Okay, Ms. Hall, let me just check my notes. Well, as I've done with all the other Stop Sanquhar 2 witnesses, I'd like to first of all give you the opportunity to say anything further about what you value about Scar Glen and the affected area, which you haven't had the opportunity to say already, if there's anything that you would like to add.
Yes, thank you. Where can you start? Scar Glen, Scar Glen is an amazing area. It really is. And Mr. Denny has obviously visited the area and taken many pictures, but I think what he fails to represent is how this area and how the landscape impacts on how we live, work within the area. Our lifestyles are dictated by the landscape that we live in. And we've given up things like decent Wi-Fi. We have dreadful potholes, and we run the risk of being snowed in the winter to live in such a stunning environment. I do a lot of citizen science projects in this environment, such as things like I'm a recorder for the ancient tree inventory. I do monitoring of plants up on the moorlands for the National Plant Monitoring Scheme. In fact, one of my squares is underneath the proposed track between Turbines 37 and 42, which is an area of deep peat. And yeah, I'm sorry, I'm probably rambling a bit, but it's just such an amazing area, and it will be an absolute travesty if Sanquhar 2 built here.
No, you're certainly not rambling at all, and it was a very broad question, so it's not the easiest thing to articulate. I appreciate. And so, in terms of the Thornhill Uplands Regional Scenic Area, could I ask, in terms of what's special about that to you? How does that compare to the development site itself, which is outside, but in one location at least, very close to the boundary? How would you compare the two sites? What are their differences, I suppose?
Yeah, you will see for yourself when you come, and perhaps you've already seen, is that Scar Glen changes as it goes from its bottom, from the bottom of the glen to the very top up at Polskeach. Yes. And this is part of its attraction to many people. When you talk to them, they say how much the area encompasses. And whilst the regional scenic area is treasured for its qualities and its hills and glens, the area beyond it is not not specifically excluded from the designation. It's more the presence of commercial forestry, I think, which makes it out with the regional scenic area boundary. Mm-hmm. It's a holistic glen, really. You know, it naturally progresses from the regional scenic area into the rest of it, and the Sanquhar 2 cannot fail to have more than a profound impact on the regional scenic area because of its broad and expansive views that we've got.
Thank you. I think I've only got one further question. Yeah, so in terms of the three properties which are under the control of the applicant, and which it's been indicated they would be empty if the wind farm is constructed, what do you consider the effect of that would be specifically?
The purchase of the three properties in Scar Glen have been called region in this area the 21st century clearances because people believe they have been bought by the wind farm with the express purpose of removing potential objections from the wind farm. The people who owned those properties, one of them had a very thriving business as bed and breakfast for the Southern Upland Way, and also a holiday accommodation. That was at Polgowan. You will see that property. It was a community in itself up at the top of the glen, and I feel that community wind power have actually ripped the heart out of our communities by depopulating the glens in an area where affordable housing underpins the viability of rural populations. And to actually say that they are going to leave those homes empty for almost half a century, it's just, it's just wrong. It's morally wrong. But that's my opinion.
Thank you, Miss Hall. I don't have any further questions, so thank you for your time today. Mr. Campbell, do you have any further questions for Miss Hall?
Thank you. No, I have nothing in re-examination. Mrs. Hall, thank you very much for your evidence.
Thank you.
Sir, I've made a very brief contact with Miss Mooney. She tells me in no uncertain terms that she's not allowed to leave her work before 1:55. So I can't do anything about that. I'm sorry.
No problem.
It just means an extended lunch break, which you've kindly indicated would be possible. And I'll have her ready at 1:55. Oh, sorry, Mr. Mundell has a question. If that's all right with you.
Yeah, I did say, Mr. Mundell, did you indicate?
You know, I was just going to say, if it's, I appreciate some other people might enjoy the extended lunch break, but if it's helpful, I'm happy to be taken out of order. If it's not helpful, I'm happy to be available all afternoon.
Thank you, Mr. Mundell. Yeah, I had considered that. I was just conscious of time, actually, because we're on the cusp of taking a lunch break anyway, and I don't want to have to rush your evidence. So my preference, if it's not an inconvenience for you, would be to keep the order that we intended at this stage.
No, not at all. It just was if it was helpful.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Okay, in which case then we shall break now, and if we can return for 2 p.m. as we've discussed, we'll hear Ms. Mooney's evidence first, and then Mr. Mundell, you will follow, and that will conclude inquiry session 2 at that point. Okay, are there any?
Sir, we could probably manage 1:50.
So I didn't quite catch that, Mr. Campbell. Sorry.
I was suggesting we might manage 10 minutes to 2. If everybody's anxious to get this finished today, but it's up to you entirely. Sorry, I'm just trying to be.
No, well, if you think that will speed things along, then I'm happy to. If Miss Mooney will be available, then did you say?
Well, we better say 2 o'clock. We better say 2 o'clock. Her message was pretty uncompromising, so.
Let's say 2. Yes. Okay. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, I'll see you all at 2 p.m. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. You hear me all right? You hear me okay?
Good afternoon, everyone. It's rapidly approaching 2 o'clock. I can see Mr. Campbell, Ms. Mooney's with us. Good afternoon, Ms. Mooney. I noticed before, just as we were returning to the screens, you weren't able to hear Mr. Campbell. Can you hear me clearly, Ms. Mooney?
It's my fault. I didn't have the microphone on.
Ah, okay. I could hear you. I must have a special system. That's okay. I think we're all back. So, Mr. Campbell, when you're ready to call your last witness, please.
Thank you. Yes. Can I introduce my last witness to the inquiry, Sharon Mooney from Shingle Head. Miss Mooney, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
If you have your precognition in front of you, would you be good enough to just read it for us, please?
Yes, absolutely. I just want to introduce Kevin. Kevin is with me today.
Thank you.
This is Mr. Barwick. So,
thank you.
Okay. We have lived at Shingle Head since 2019. We object to the proposed development. We have written in detail in our section of the inquiry statement about our new life here and the impacts that the wind farm will have on it. We adopt all aspects of that statement here and are happy to answer questions on it. The wind farm development has been prepared without any communication with us as one of its closest and most affected neighbours. Our opinion is that the chasm created from lack of communication and suitable risk assessment of any of the impacts highlighted has destroyed trust. We bought Shennell Head in December 2019 as a lifelong residence business location. We have invested our life savings. We have made a change of use and planning application for Shennell Head to become a nature reserve and therapy retreat. The residence relies wholly on its own private water supply and is powered by renewable solar and hydro energy systems. We have the internet, but no mobile phone signals. The house sits alongside the Shennell Water and is within the high-risk flood area. The business proposed is the Shennell Head project. It will be a conservation project which will use natural resources to provide our joint income. It will be an area for conservation, tourism, education and natural therapy. The therapy offered at Shennell Head is already expanding. Shennell Head is already used by tourists and is a popular core path route for the Southern Uplands Way, sitting on core path 51. The area sits within the UNESCO biosphere, is an area of regional landscape importance and natural beauty, and sits within the Galloway Dark Skies Park. Shennell Head has attracted interest and visitors locally, nationally, and from overseas. Shennell Head is a rewilding and conservation project in support of the battle against climate change. Our main vision is to minimise impact, protect and conserve the natural environment, which in this area is demonstrably thriving and doing what nature does best. We have a clear vision for the natural environment to achieve our aims for ourselves and for the community. We envisage up to as many as 15 jobs. The likelihood is that the number will grow as the business expands. There is a vast opportunity of indirect and part-time employment also. The measurable effects of the wind farm on Shennell Head are outlined in the inquiry statement. Turbines 26 to 34 and 46 are presented as visible. No wireframe or other visuals have been provided by the developer. Photo montages provided were very outdated photographs of Shennell Head. The data is all in our inquiry statement. The turbines proposed for this area are of an unprecedented size and will dominate the landscape. The view could not be protected due to the placement of the turbines on top of the ridge at an elevation of between 400 and 500 metres. Shennell Head sits at an elevation of 290 metres. The hillside view is at most a pleasant 110 to 210 metres above the house with no abnormal features. The placement of turbines 26 to 34 with an additional height of 200 metres would cause an overwhelming effect, sited between 300 and 400 metres above the residence and being as tall or taller than the hillsides themselves. This will not only visually disrupt the natural rhythm of the landscape, but be overwhelming in relation to the surrounding landscape. In the inquiry statement, we have explained why calculations of a safe distance must be taken into account here, particularly where therapy is concerned. There is no protection or natural screening which could, does or will offer any screening from those effects. The main focus of disturbance of the Sanquhar 2 wind farm would be the placement of turbines 26 to 34. This means that Shingle Head and its amenity will be affected by shadow flicker or shadow cast as a worst case scenario. As per the guidance, this would be dominant.
Perhaps you can skip paragraph 14, can you, and move on to 15?
No problem. The purchase of several properties in the Scar Glen by the applicant, properties which were also very close to the development, tells its own story. There would have been no need for that if the turbines were not predicted by the developer to impose significant impacts on those houses. Although it may be argued by the applicants that Shingle Head sits out with the boundary of the proposed site, the effects will be far-reaching and cannot be contained within that boundary. It is believed that Sanquhar 2 will cause direct, uncontrollable and overwhelming impacts on Shingle Head. Section 13 of the EIAR makes reference to aviation lighting, as would be required by the Ministry of Defence for turbines of this height and elevation on the hills. This will produce nighttime lighting effect in an area which currently enjoys dark skies. We hold astronomy events, with already 2 held in 2021 and a further 2 planned for the coming autumn and winter. The astronomy education events here are dependent on the dark skies. Aviation lighting will cause sky glow effect, effectively cancelling out the visible dark night sky. This will cause any observation and night sky photography opportunity to be unsuccessful. We think we would be forced to cease all astronomy events. We are working with the International Dark Sky Association to achieve reserve status for Shingle Head, to encourage preservation and protection of the Galloway dark skies that are enjoyed in this area, and as an extension to the Dark Sky Park. This would be unachievable with the placement of the Sanquhar 2 wind farm aviation lighting. Nighttime lighting would also cause disturbance to any campers who may be on the site, who may be camping in tents, and also to our home. There would be no relief from the intrusion. The applicant's LVIA addendum does not include nighttime lighting effects. The individual turbine distances from Shingle Head private water supply are shown in our inquiry statement. The private water supply details for Shingle Head were provided by Dumfries and Galloway Council. They are out of date. No suitable and sufficient on-site inspections or risk assessments to our private water supply have been conducted by the applicant that we have seen.
Thank you. Could I ask you to pause for a second?
Sure.
Please. Perhaps you could move to paragraph 27.
Yep, no problem. Bear with me.
Carry on from there.
It is our opinion that the developer has been negligent in this case and has failed to carry out the necessary risk assessments and comprehensive on-site investigations. High sensitivity goes without saying. Magnitude of change could hardly be greater. Therefore, the significance of the overall impact, if left without proper assessment and or mitigation, will undoubtedly be rated as major. We stand by all aspects of our inquiry statement. We have seen Mr. Denny's inquiry report focusing on paragraphs 5.28. Our planning application was made by eplanning.gov. The number given is the reference number provided by them. We can produce it if we are asked to. The best that Mr. Denny can say of this proposal, apparently, is that the wind farm would not turn Shingle Head into an unpleasant place in which to live. Obviously, we disagree. He also notes that wireframes have been supplied. We have seen 3 wireframes marked as number 11 in Appendix 6.6, Annex 5, which is in the RVAS. They make our point for us. Mr. Denny's cursory dismissal of the impact on Shingle Head is extremely basic and unhelpful, and really does not take us any further in a sense of a thorough analysis of what the impact will be like. We know he is not there to make planning judgments, but surely his descriptive powers go beyond the negative mantra, it will not make the turbines overbearing to the extent that the property would become an unpleasant place to live. We find it extraordinary that an applicant such as Community Wind Power would be content with such a scant and dismissive assessment of our home and of our business from such an experienced witness. We are reasonable people working out our life's ambitions. Our opinion is that the lack of communication and insufficient risk assessment of many of the easily predictable impacts has destroyed any trust between us and the applicant, and presents a hasty and incomplete and misleading picture. If the wind farm is built, our home would become uninhabitable and unsaleable, causing a measurable loss, for we doubt that such a site for our ambitions could be found again. Our view, shared by many others, is that the Sanquhar 2 wind farm would force our business to close. We may be left in the cleft stick of having to have a home we cannot sell, but occupying premises where we cannot work as we wish. We are advised that it is not the purpose of modern energy or planning policy, nor official guidance, to force people out or to create environments which are so unpleasant as to be uninhabitable. In our submission, the Sanquhar 2 proposal is grossly out of place, and for the reasons given, we object to it and ask the reporter and the ministers to refuse it.
Thank you, Ms. Mooney. I don't have any follow-up questions at the moment, sir. If you just stay there for a second, Ms. Mooney, Mr. Hardy may have some questions for you.
Thank you, Ms. Mooney. Thank you, Mr. Campbell. Mr. Hardy, do you have any questions, please?
Yes, just a few, Mrs. Mooney. Paragraph 1, you tell us that you've lived at Shingle Head since 2019. That's the date, is it, that you bought it?
Correct. We moved in December 19.
Thank you. And at that stage, you presumably were aware of the planning application for Sanquhar 2.
We were not aware of the magnitude of Sanquhar 2 in its present form, no.
Oh, I don't quite understand that, because if anything, it's got smaller. The application was what it was, wasn't it? It's the number of turbines, the physical extent and so on. The application went in and you're either aware of it or you weren't.
We were not aware of the Sanquhar 2 project. We were made aware of 5 tips that may be visible, and as you'll understand, the effects of 5 tips is not the true picture.
Did you, sorry, I don't want to stop you.
No, go ahead.
Well, had you seen the application? You tell us that sounds as though somebody else told you about 5 tips, but had you seen the application yourself? Had your lawyers, had your solicitors told you about the application?
No, they didn't. Unfortunately, they did not find anything on any searches. We paid a very expensive solicitor and searcher to find any proposed developments, and they produced nothing for us.
Okay. You've got an application in, lots of money that you want to spend on your property. You have been aware, haven't you, of the application more recently, the Sanquhar 2 application more recently. So to that extent, what you are proposing has been done at risk, or in the knowledge of the scheme going forward?
Correct.
Yes, I mean, one option would have been to say, well, let's see how the proposal goes and see what the Scottish ministers make of that. And you may say, well, look, we couldn't do that because it's too long. But that's one option that was open to you. And the money and the emotional investment that you talk about has been made in now full knowledge of the scheme, hasn't it?
Yes.
Thank you. Couple of factual points. You tell us in your statement about the UNESCO biosphere and then the Galloway Dark Skies Park. It isn't in the Dark Skies Park, is it? And if you're aware, I don't know how, hesitate to ask you to open up documents on the computer. I don't know whether you are familiar with the Dark Skies supplementary planning document, are you?
I'm not aware of that, no.
All right. There is a document from the council. It's in the core documents. And so for your reference, it's CD 009.004.
Yeah.
And within that document produced by the council, on page 7 of 16, there are 3 zones to the Dark Skies SPD. There is a core zone, there is then a buffer zone, and there is a transition zone. And the site is right on the edge of the buffer zone, isn't it?
Yes.
Thank you. And the UNESCO Biosphere Reserve, it may be this is a matter, maybe a matter for Mr. Bell, but that isn't. To what extent are you familiar with what that is? Do you know the name, or have you investigated it any further as to what it might be?
So we've investigated it further and spoken with them about becoming one of their sites that they point people to go to experience the things that we would be doing, which is part of their policy.
Yes, it isn't. And if these are questions which are beyond your ken, then just absolutely say, but it's not a landscape protection designation.
This site,
the Biosphere Reserve is not a landscape protection designation.
I'm sorry, I'm unaware of what you mean.
Okay, well, I'll tell you what, I won't push that any further. There are those are matters we can deal with professional planners tomorrow. So that's fine. In terms of jobs, I was interested in your paragraph 8, page 2 of your precognition, where you say you envisage as many as 15 jobs. Is that 15 jobs on site?
Yes.
What would they be doing?
So you would have to have maintenance people. You would have to have grounds workers. We would have a few catering people where they may be serving refreshments to people. There would be reception workers, cleaners, management, accountant, receptionist, administrators. There would be a minibus driver. There would be additional therapists on site as well as myself.
You're aware of you're critical of what the applicant has done, but you're aware of the residential visual assessment, the RVAS, which is undertaken. Have you seen that?
Yes.
Yeah. And the sort of factors, I know you don't like the outcome, but the sort of factors that it was agreed should be taken into account have been taken into account by Mr. Denny, haven't they, in terms of how the property is used and proximity and a whole host of other things in that assessment.
Could you expand on that, please? What do you mean by
so
that?
It's in appendix 6.6. This was the document that I was referred to a couple of times this morning. Appendix 6.6 of the additional information. Now, you haven't got access to it, that's fine. But the sort of factors that were taken into account, if you've seen it, you may recall were distance to the property, where principal rooms are, the size of the holding, orientation, all those sorts of things. Do you recall when you looked at the assessment, seeing those factors taken into account?
It wasn't recently, but
Right.
okay, it wasn't recently.
That's fine, thank you. That's all I want to ask. Thank you, Mrs. Mooney. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hardy. Ms. Mooney, this morning when we were hearing evidence from the other 4 Stop Sanquhar 2 witnesses, I gave them all a opportunity to kind of say in their own words briefly if there was anything further that they wanted to explain about the nature of where you live or what makes it special, that you would have the opportunity to do so. So I'd like to give you that opportunity now as well. So if there's anything else that you'd like to tell me about Shinnell Head and Shinnell Valley, then that would be helpful.
Perfect, thank you very much. So just to expand on what we've already said, Shinnell Head, we don't just live in the house, we live in our entire site. We're always outside, we work outside, we greet and meet people outside. Everything is basically done in our entire site. The site is currently working as the Shinnell Head project. We have only last week been given rehabilitated animals to look after. We currently have those on site. We are feeding and monitoring those. We have been working and have investment from a published astronomer who has confirmed that, our dark sky status and the events that could be held here. There's a lot of excitement around that. It's a very popular area, very busy area, and many people visit here. We have been likened to a visitor's attraction already since the moment we moved in. Most people know about Shinnell Head, where it is, and the opportunity that's here for all kinds of activities. It's unspoiled, it's untouched, undisturbed, and that's how it would remain. Anything that's added to this, which is potentially turning it into an industrial site, it would just change the whole nature of the area for us and for our neighbours further down the Shinnell Glen. It's a very busy tourist attraction, the Shinnell Glen. It's got many holiday homes on it. Many visitors come here. So to change the very nature of the place will change the outcome for not just us, but our neighbours and our neighbouring businesses.
Okay, thank you. In terms of the current planning application, are there any updates on that? Have you had a decision from the council, or have you had any feedback from them at all?
Not yet. They've just said that there are COVID delays. So
okay.
you put the information into the eplanning.scot website, then they send it to the council, then the council will get in touch with you. So there's yes. Like 2 routes for delay there, but it's all COVID related is all we've had. But it was only the 13th of August it was submitted, so it's still in its infancy, I would believe.
No, that's fine. Okay, no, thank you. Now you've made reference to your work with the International Dark Sky Association, and that you were seeking a extension to the Dark Sky Park. Could you tell me about that? What does that mean? What has your work with them involved to date?
So to date, we've had conversations with them about what we would do, what would be the parameters we would need to meet, and they've given us advice on the type of suitable lighting, any light pollution that may already be in the area, which there isn't any, and what we would need to do to become a Dark Skies Park, very much like the Kielder Star Camp that is in Dumfries and Galloway. So we've used those parameters that they've given us and submitted that and used that in the design aspect for the project. and the planning application, that's all been considered so that we don't have any lighting impact. And anything would be there, it would be there for safety purposes for people that would be on site, and it would be mitigating, it wouldn't cause any pollution. So we've used their advice, and upon success of our planning application, we'd be able to work with them further to achieve a status as an extended dark skies park.
So would that status, would that be associated with your property itself, or a wider area? I'm not clear on that.
So at that particular point, it would be the property itself, right. But we would hope to tie in different sites. What we're trying to do at the moment is link with other sites that are similar to us. We're trying to create a kind of off-grid conservation ring around Dumfries and Galloway. We've got a few people that have joined us on that already. So they enjoy the dark skies as well. So we're hoping to have a different series of areas that people can visit to have different dark skies experiences.
Okay, I see. Okay, thank you, Ms. Mooney. I don't have any more questions for you. I'll see you on the 28th for the site inspection. Obviously, that's an important part of my assessment, so I'll get to see firsthand. I have already been outside your property. You won't have seen me, but I've been twice already. But I do want to see it from inside your boundaries. So thank you very much, Mr. Campbell. Do you have any further questions?
Thank you. Yes. Can I understand from those last answers to the reporter that you don't have a telescope at Shinnell Head?
No, we don't.
By which I mean an astronomical telescope.
No, we don't.
I don't know anything about astronomy, but it would seem to me that that's a pretty obvious requirement if you're going to hold yourselves out as a dark sky centre.
So we
have you thought about that?
Sorry.
My question was, have you thought about that?
Yes, absolutely. So part of the design is that there will be an observatory, and we will provide some equipment, but the astronomers, both professional and amateur, that have been in touch with us so far, they bring their own equipment, and they've given us advice on what we would need to supply for them to proceed.
Okay, thank you. On the matter of your planning application, as well as making an application through the e-planning site, did you also furnish a number of drawings or sketches or engineering calculations or all the things that planners need before they can give you consent?
Yes, so we've given them everything except the architectural drawings, which are still being produced for us at the moment. They are aware that those further documents are on their way.
Okay, so the application is not complete yet?
Yes.
Sorry, it was a question phrased in the negative. What I said to you was the application is not complete yet.
It's submitted.
Am I right?
Yes, so it's not a yes and a no answer. Sorry, John. It's it is submitted, it is active, but you can always add additional documents, is what they've said to us. So
okay, thank you. Right, thank you very much. So thank you. I don't have any more questions in re-examination. Thank you, Ms. Mooney. I'm much obliged.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks again, Ms. Mooney. Thank you, Mr. Campbell. Okay.
Could we say so that we're grateful to you for giving Ms. Mooney a fixed time today? She has found it difficult to get off work, and I'm no doubt keen to return there, but we're most grateful for that. Thank you.
No problem at all. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Mundell, you are our last but not least to give evidence. When you're ready, if you would like to, I would suggest if you were to read your inquiry statement, which would taken to be a recognition.
Yeah,
that would be a good starting point, and then I'll hand over to Mr. Hardy to see if he has any questions. Okay.
that'd be super.
Thank you.
As the local constituency MSP for Dumfriesshire, I'm concerned that this project will have a significant impact on an area already at or past its capacity for wind development. This project effectively fills in the gaps of existing wind farms and tips the balance past an acceptable point, and the cumulative visual impact will detract from local scenery, way of life, and a sense of place and rurality. If granted permission, it will spoil the unique landscape of a number of secluded glens, which are a feature of the area and culturally and socially important communities. The size and scale of this project is out of kilter with the proposed setting, and in my view, mitigation is not really possible at the height and the number of turbines proposed. Furthermore, I believe the steps taken by the company to acquire individual properties will further contribute to rural depopulation. This seems to have been done to quieten opposition to the plans. In addition, I'm also aware that some owners have been offered preferential energy deals in exchange for not objecting to the plans. Despite these arrangements, there are still a number of properties that face the prospects of turbines being in very close proximity, and I would encourage the reporter to look carefully at this matter. I've had a large number of residents in touch to express their concerns, and I do not believe this proposal has widespread support. Far from being a community company, the applicant has in many senses sought to work against the interests of local people and has fallen below the quality of consultation local residents and stakeholders have come to expect. To see community councils, some of whom have previously championed wind energy, object to this proposal is very telling. Likewise, Dumfries and Galloway Council have often, if anything, been too willing to back larger developments in the past. There is a reason that this particular application has proved so controversial. It's too big, in the wrong place, and the consultation has been poor. In short, this extension is a step too far, and I believe it's important that the views of local residents are heard. Of course, we need a balanced energy policy and to take into account climate change and net zero targets, but responsibility cannot fall solely on the shoulders of one community or geography at the expense of all else. We need balance, and we need to see our communities protected from the greed of developers who have not lived up to the past promises they have made. For this reason, I do not believe that granting consent is in line with Scottish Government policy objectives, and I would ask you to draw these concerns to the attention of Scottish Government ministers. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mundell. Now, I appreciate you're not represented, you're representing yourself. So I'd like to give you the opportunity, before I hand over to Mr. Hardy, are there any specific or particular points you would wish to make before Mr. Hardy's given the opportunity to ask you any questions?
I'm grateful for that opportunity. There are a couple of things that from the session so far that I do think are worth reinforcing, and I think that is to really say, I feel there's an attempt by the applicant and by Mr. Denny as their witness to downplay the impacts of this. I think there are two different questions to consider. One is whether this has a significant impact, a detrimental impact, which I think most reasonable people and all other parties appearing seem to be agreed on. That it has a significant impact, that this is a sensitive area, I think that question is answered. I think the second question, is whether or not that disruption to the landscape, to local people, it is worth it in terms of policy. And I think there's been an attempt to try and separate the two, to see them as distinct. And my belief is that's not the case, and it's in fact the express policy intention of the Scottish Government that landscape and the policy drivers are considered alongside each other. And I think the programme for government, the applicant's document, which I drew attention to yesterday, makes that very clear on page 66, where you're drawing our attention to a number of areas, national parks, national scenic areas, and other nationally important sites. It then, as a continuation in the next sentence, goes on to suggest that other areas would be supported in principle. And then the important bit for me is where it then says, unless the impacts are unacceptable. And I think from the evidence we've heard from the council, from planning officers, and from the further landscape experts, it's very clear to me, it's very clear from listening to local people, and the impacts of this are in a number of locations beyond doubt unacceptable, and I would argue the cumulative impact is also, in this case, unacceptable. And I would ask you to look at the shape of the proposed site. I mean, you will have worked on many wind farms, in your professional capacity. I've seen many wind farms come forward in Dumfries and Galloway. We can look at the aerial views. And this particular site has a very peculiar shape, quite an unusual configuration. And to me, that suggests that it is in fact an infill. And if this proposal had come forward first, and it was the first proposal being looked at without any of the others there, I think people would rightly be asking, why the turbines had been set as they have. So, I think if you're looking at the additional impact of this, it's also right to look at what the kind of initial impact of it would be without the rest of it. And I think whichever way you look at that, these turbines are very oddly situated, and they're not, because of the space that's left available, able to be sited, as appropriately, as they might otherwise be in a different setting. And I think that's got to be taken into account. I also feel that in trying to talk about the impact on people, there's a focus on looking at set views. And I think Mr. Denny had said in his evidence, I think under questioning from Mr. Armstrong, that there wasn't an awareness of the coalescence of these turbines. I don't think that's true. I think people who live and work in the community, the people we've heard from today, and the many other people who are not taking part, they have a much broader awareness, taking into account some of the points made in relation to SNH about about the way that people live, their sense of place and setting. I think people who know these communities well, who've lived there for a long time, who travel about them, who rarely leave them in many cases, have a different feeling. So they know the turbines are there, and it's almost like as if they can't escape them. Wherever they go, whatever they do, they do see a different view. But to them, there isn't a break to that continuum. And I think this particular development in joining together those different clusters compounds that and takes it past the tipping point I referred to in my statement. And the final thing I just want to re-emphasise is these issues around the purchase of properties and some of the practices of this company. I've previously raised concerns with Scottish Government ministers in relation to this company, and I've got a question tabled in the Parliament next week in relation to some further revelations. It's maybe a bit sensational, but some further facts that have come to light as a result of some work the Sunday Times have done. But I do think there is a conflict with Scottish Government policy, which looks to see our uplands populated. And I think people are, in that sense, are part of the landscape, and that's where I asked Mr. Denny about that as well, because there is a sense, in these very rural and remote communities, where people taking a reassurance from seeing the lights on, in neighbouring properties, they want to feel part of a community, and by removing, people from that, whatever the reasons, I suspect we'll see, from the applicant, explanations and letters come forward for each of the individuals. But I mean, I can honestly say, as someone who takes a keen interest and who lives in communities, who looks very carefully at the electoral roll, particularly having just gone through an election, to try and spot population changes. It's quite unusual in a valley of this size for everyone to up and leave in one go. I'm certainly aware, from the wider community, that there are real concerns about some of the offers that have been made, and whether or not it's really in keeping with the principles of the planning system, whether it meets best practice and the level of pressure people feel. And I can understand from local residents' point of view, if you're faced with something that people feel, and there might be a difference of professional judgment. There are certainly a number of professionals who've gone to these properties, and feel that what's going to happen to them would be unacceptable. I can see why people would take their golden ticket and try and get out ahead of that development coming. But there's a broader question about whether that's good for the landscape, good for the communities, and whether or not it denies other people the chance to enjoy a sense of place in the future. So not just about these particular individuals who've moved out, but whether or not, by keeping them empty, it causes other problems. So, I think there's an awful lot to consider. And there matters ultimately for you, but that's my thinking as a representative. I think there are very serious questions in this case that are different from other wind farms that have come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Mundell. Mr. Hardy, do you have questions for Mr. Mundell?
I don't. A lot of that's politics, not planning. So not my bag, really, sir. Thank you. No cross-examination.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hardy. So, Mr. Mundell, you actually answered a lot of my questions in the opportunity I gave you then to say what you did. So let me just check my notes just to see if I've got anything else I'd like to ask you. It's actually just all I've got is just one point of clarification, if I may.
Yeah.
So, based on your line of questioning of Mr. Denny yesterday, you were speaking about Esteilmuir and the constraints or otherwise of that area. I just want to make sure I've understood your position on that. Were you indicating that that's a potentially more suitable area for wind farm development, or that those possible constraints in that area shouldn't be used to give essentially greater weight to a proposal in this or other areas?
I think it's both of those. I think firstly it's identified as a matter of policy, and we can get into the debate around the difference between capacity and sensitivity or unacceptable, otherwise, the semantics of those. But I think any person with a reasonable understanding looking at the capacity document would see that there's been a determination that's been approved by elected representatives representing these communities that has agreed that area in principle is more suited. So I think that's what that document says. And secondly, that I don't think given we're looking Scotland wide, in terms of our energy generation targets, I think it's wrong for the applicant to suggest that it's an either-or choice in Dumfries and Galloway, or that somehow they're sort of forced to pick this as a site of last resort. And I thought it was a little bit disingenuous, particularly given that this particular applicant has two other live applications elsewhere, and that the witness who gave us that evidence confirmed that he knew that. So I just felt it was a little bit a little bit of an unusual place to take us. And I feel this area should be, and this proposal should be looked at in its individual merits and in combination with those other developments that form part of what's been described in this as the the emerging wind farm cluster. I think that's the relevant locus in which you should be looking in the first instance, but also be mindful of the fact that there are other areas. So I don't think the council haven't. I mean, I don't speak for them. But the local authority haven't said Dumfries and Galloway is closed to wind farms. What they've done is is to the best of their ability, and there might be mistakes in that. They have set out that hierarchy that tells us where wind development would be most and least appropriate. And I think in this particular case as well, the applicant has on a localised level carried out the same type of activity, because they've pursued other sites first in this, in this locus or geography, because they believe that those would be more acceptable, or have a greater chance of planning consent, and they've come to some of these areas last as a fill-in, as an addition to what they've already done, because they know that they're more difficult to justify, and they also know that it would be easier for a professional like Mr. Denny to come here and tell us that they need to be considered alongside that emerging pattern. And I don't think that's the correct way of doing things. That might be that might be considered a political view, but I don't think that's what the planning system's intended to allow. So I think the site selection is is worth significant consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Mundell. That's helpful clarification. I don't have any further questions for you, so thank you for your time over the course of the inquiry so far. That brings us to the end of inquiry session 2 on landscape and visual matters. So I'll extend my thanks to all of you so far for your input and contributions. Tomorrow we will begin at 10 AM, so that's just a reminder that we're slightly later than today, and that'll be for the policy hearing. I don't anticipate that will last all day, although we might have a good 2 or 3 hours on it, I suspect. So we may extend until after lunch. And then on Friday we have the conditions hearing. So before I close for today, are there any matters arising or any questions that anybody would wish to raise? Mr. Campbell, please.
Just to ask you, sir, whether your agenda for tomorrow's hearing holds good, or whether you have reconsidered it and want to make any changes to it. I don't know if you do or not, but otherwise we can have the conversation in terms of that agenda. Very happy to do that.
Well, I was going to ask tomorrow morning. I was going to ask whether the agenda gave you sufficient ability to make the points you wish to make. But if there are particular matters which you think it doesn't address and you would expect it to or wish it to, then please do tell me now.
No, I haven't come with a list of that kind at all. I was really putting the onus on you because it's your conversation in the first instance, anyway.
Yeah, I hope it gives us the breadth of scope that we would want to have, and certainly that I need it to have to get what I need from it. But yeah, if there are areas, I mean, I'm conscious that obviously the documents lists have been expanding fairly rapidly, so I will want to give us the scope to be able to touch upon those documents as far as they're relevant to us. Okay. Unless there's anything else, thank you once again. I shall see you tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much, sir.